Welcome to the ISO Board of Governors meeting. If you require technical assistance, please send a chat to the host. All audio lines have been muted until the public comment portion of the call. We will give you instructions on how to state your comment at that time. As a reminder, this conference is being recorded. With that, I'll turn the call over to Greg Fisher, California ISO. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to take the roll call now. Chair Olson.
Present.
Vice Chair Galitova. Vice Chair Galitova.
Present.
Governor Bhagwat.
Present.
Governor Borenstein.
Present.
Governor Leslie.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Chair Olson, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Welcome to everyone, and apologies for the brief delay in getting everyone connected this morning. Our very first order of business this morning is to welcome our new CEO, Elliot Mainzer. We are truly delighted to have him join us, and each of us as board members would like to say a few words of welcome. Angelina?
Great. Elliot, thank you so much for joining us. We are excited to have you and look forward to working with you as the new CEO of the ISO. The ISO is a global leader in renewables integration, and your background and experience in renewable energy integration and passion for decarbonization on a realistic scale is very timely and exciting for all of us, and we look forward to working with you and taking the ISO in California to the next step of full decarbonization as our state goals call for. So welcome, and very happy to be working with you.
Thank you very much, Angelina. Much appreciated.
Ash?
Elliot, this is Ash. Elliot, welcome. We are very, very excited to work with you. These are exciting times, challenging times, but exciting times, and I know you are going to do an amazing job leading this organization to the next step.
Thank you, Ash. Much appreciated.
Mary?
Elliot, I want to join my colleagues in welcome you and expressing my gratitude and enthusiasm for your agreeing to lead us. If the attributes your former colleagues are any indication, we are lucky to have you. I was struck by the consistent thank yous you received by your former colleagues on your ability to problem solve tough issues, and particularly your ability to find solutions in a timely and cost-effective manner. These are qualities we are going to need moving forward at the ISO. I'm also looking forward to joining my colleagues Angelina and Ash and being reappointed by the governor next year, because serving on this ISO board is a challenge and pleasure in this transformative time. And I believe that we will reliably move forward to 100% carbon-free grid in our lifetime, sooner than later. So welcome, Elliot, and we know that we support you in this endeavor.
Thank you very much, Mary. Much appreciate the sentiment.
Severin?
Hi, Elliot. I just want to join what everybody has said already, but also say it has been a real pleasure getting to know you over the last few months through the process of hiring and since you accepted the position, and having some great conversations about the real substance of what the CAISO is doing, and I am very excited to be working with you and to move the state forward with you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Severin. Feelings mutual. Much appreciated.
And Elliot, I'm just going to pile on here. I got to know your passion for clean energy more than 20 years ago when you helped me make Patagonia one of the first U.S. companies to get its electricity from renewables. And since that time, you've proven yourself a truly inspirational leader of a large organization, and we're really excited to have you take over the leadership of the California ISO. So welcome.
Thank you, Dave. Much appreciated. And I guess quick COVID cameo. Thank you to the board, to our departing CEO, Steve, who's been incredibly graceful to help with a really smooth baton pass. And Steve, your legacy is just tremendous here, and we're all going to really carry that forward. So thank you. And to all of you out there, I just could not be more excited or more thrilled to be working with all of you. We have a tremendous opportunity ahead of us here in the years to come to truly make a foundational difference for this region, really for this world. And looking forward to just harnessing all of the incredible intellectual capacity of my many friends and colleagues in this industry and continuing to keep the CAISO right at the forefront of the work against climate change. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with all of you. Thanks for the kind words.
Okay, we have a fully packed agenda for today. So the first item on the agenda is public comment. Mr. Fisher, do we have a comment? Operator, is there any public comment on the line?
Yes, I can see one in the queue.
Would you go ahead and let that person in, please?
Sure. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is Carrie Bentley representing the Western Power Trading Forum. It's been a while. It's been since pre-COVID since I've made comments in front of you guys, or via phone, I guess. So just as a reminder, WPTF is a nonprofit trade forum dedicated to competition and transparency in the West. Thanks for allowing public comments, even though we're over the phone. We really appreciate it, and we'd like to talk a little bit about system market power. While we're providing extensive written comments on this, in light of the August blackouts, we want to emphasize the reliability concerns with the staff proposal to perform a system market power test and to mitigate resources. In particular, we're extremely concerned that the CAISO plans to move forward with system market power mitigation prior to implementing updated scarcity pricing mechanisms and RA import rules. California relies on market imports to keep the lights on, and now is not the time to make it difficult to attract these much-needed resources. We understand that tightening supply conditions in California have led to concerns that suppliers may be able to exercise market power at the system level, but there's been no evidence of suppliers actually exerting market power. The CAISO relies heavily on market imports, and we'll probably even need them today to keep the lights on, and these imports aren't dedicated to the CAISO. They respond to market prices. So if the CAISO implements the system market power mitigation by summer of 2021, next summer, California will be in a situation where imports will have to decide whether to bid into the CAISO or offer somewhere else in the WEC. If the CAISO mitigate system offers, it is likely that high-priced import bids will not flow. This risk will deter imports from even bidding into the CAISO. This becomes a very risky proposition for imports to even offer into the market, because now once they offer into the CAISO, they can't turn around and sell somewhere else. If they don't flow, they'll lose this opportunity to sell high energy prices. WPTF therefore asked the CAISO to take a monitor and see approach and delay the final development and approval of this initiative until after updated scarcity pricing and RA import rules are implemented. We are concerned enough about the reliability implications of this proposal that we wanted to bring it to the board's attention well in advance of you having to vote on this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bentley.
Charleston, I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, with regard to Ms. Bentley's comments, the board has received and been provided a letter from B2U supporting her comments.
Operator, are there any more commenters on the line?
Yes, there are a couple of commenters on the line.
Please allow the next one to enter.
Sure. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, CAISO Board of Governors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Alex Morris. I'm calling in from the California Energy Storage Alliance, and we're the voice of energy storage in California. with over 100 members, many of whom are in the CAISO actively now or soon will be. I have a few quick comments. First, I'd like to welcome Mr. Mainzer. Elliot, welcome and congratulations on your new appointment. We look forward to working with you and supporting you in your mission, operations, markets, and planning. It'll be fun. And I hope that the California Energy Storage Alliance can connect with you soon. And I also wanted to thank Steve for all his leadership during the past decade. So, Steve, I wish you luck. Thanks for all of your work in bringing storage into the CAISO. Finally, I wanted to provide a quick public statement with regards to the letter from BTU Storage and Freeman Hall. So at CAISO, we don't do project-specific work, but we work on ensuring energy storage is properly treated and valued and has opportunities to compete. And often that involves looking at the CAISO's rules and practices. And we have specifically reviewed the project SCPV Sierra. And it's very clear to me that this project was trying to do the right thing, and through a confluence of circumstances, its deliverability was taken away. I do think that is the wrong outcome, and I'm hoping we can come together to find a reasonable outcome for that project. I think a particular point I've latched onto was that the project had initiated its plans to add storage, which would help in our current grid challenges, well in advance of the CAISO's one-time deliverability transfer window, which was last year. So it's very clear to me they were already intending to do this. And I also know many of the CAISO members, and the SCPV shop is very small, and it's not reasonable to have assumed they would receive the market notices when they were primarily in the practice of communicating with the local utility, Southern California Edison, not receiving market notices. So I share all that to emphasize that I think we have a chance to get a reasonable outcome for them, and my request is that the board direct some inquiry in this matter with a strong effort to get a proper outcome where a project's rightfully owned deliverability is not wrongly forfeited. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. The board is aware of this concern, and our management is studying the matter, and we'll have a response to you soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Governor. Thank you for your time.
Operator, the next commenter, please.
Sure. Call, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Freeman Hall. I am the president of B2U Storage Solutions, the company which Alex was just referencing. As noted, we develop distributed energy storage systems, and we do have a project operational in the CAISO market. We were providing supply into the grid during the recent power shortages, just as we'll be doing so this evening to help with the grid alert. Last November, when this board approved a motion for deliverability methodology revisions, it probably wasn't clear at all that the implementation of these changes would undermine, even if unintentionally, distributed resources. Our hybrid storage project, which is being built at the time this motion passed, has unfortunately, as Alex referenced, been materially impaired due to the loss of approximately 75% of deliverability associated with the revised methodology changes. The loss of RA payments will cost millions over the life of the project and inhibit our planned system expansion. And my letter has been published as a public comment. The only hint this board could have had of the problem was in the reference to the board memo to benefit to projects in the ISO queue, when the changes should have been implemented to benefit transmission and distribution interconnected projects, because notice was not provided of a transfer deadline to projects with distribution interconnections that had been awarded deliverability in the DGD program. We weren't contacted about this transfer request by CAISO or by the program administrator, Edison, when the DGD rules make it clear that Edison was our only point of contact. Meanwhile, since early 2018, as Alex again referenced, we've been working closely with Edison to add storage to the project. The project was under construction at the time of the transfer deadline. We submitted a transfer request when we learned of the issue in early February. The CAISO denied it as not timely, despite these changes not being in effect at FERC, actually, when the request was made. It should be noted that in the DGD program, awards were not adjusted by technology-specific factors. Our project received the same deliverability as a cogen. This adds to our confusion as to how CAISO could later reduce deliverability for our now hybrid storage project without coordinating with the DGD program administrators or ensuring projects like ours were aware of this momentous issue. If so, the problems we're experiencing would have been avoided. In conjunction with CAISO, we've engaged with staff to try to seek a clear path to regaining the deliverability, but their position appears to be that notice of the transfer request was in CAISO bulletins. Despite all the concrete steps our project has taken to add storage and to build the project, staff finds that we are at fault. We should have been aware of the transfer request deadline. Staff told us it was a, quote, no-brainer to shift deliverability to storage from solar where no ELCC discounts are applied, and we agree. We just didn't know such a step was needed. Meanwhile, we've been proactively taking the right steps to build the needed editor resources, which CAISO's strategic plan seeks to encourage and enable. We feel the problem here is CAISO's failure to notify projects not in the ISO queue before taking actions that effectively deprive projects like ours of the full deliverability we are in fact now providing. But because of this, we are being deprived of the compensation on which our pro forma depends. We're being told to go to the back of the line and apply again bearing the associated risk and cost. This is especially dubious when no deliverability was available at our project's point of delivery in the most recent DGD round, and we are asking for the board's consideration to help with a clear path to restore our lost deliverability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Neil Miller, our Vice President of Transmission Planning and Infrastructure Development, has a few comments I think that might be helpful here. Neil?
Thank you very much, Chair Olson. And yes, as you indicated, I would be pleased to sit down with these people to revisit the situation. I do believe there are a few points I should clarify just because of the way some of the concerns were raised. First, I want to assure people we have not taken away anything from any of the interconnecting parties. The ISO, through our study process, assigns deliverability, which is a characteristic to particular resources. This particular project has a deliverability status for its solar project, and that is not taken away. There are changes through the CPUC's accounting methodology for the capacity benefit of resources that is reducing the benefit solar resources provide for capacity. That's the reduction that's being referred to. Now, we did create a one-time opportunity when we were changing our deliverability methodologies so that parties who wished to transfer deliverability status from solar projects to potential storage projects. We coordinated heavily with industry as we were developing that process, and all participants learned about it through market notices that were provided. There was no discrimination between transmission or distribution connected parties, and we highly encourage all participants to register for market notices. That is our primary vehicle for communicating this type of initiative. That was not a contract right or notice issue. It was a one-time opportunity that we notified all of industry through the market notice process. So I just wanted to clarify some of those points, that there's been no discrimination against transmission or distribution connected resources. But that being said, I'm still more than happy to sit down and meet with these people and see if we can find some middle ground.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. And I'm sure that Mr. Hall will want to take you up on your offer to talk directly. Operator, are there any other commenters on the line?
There are no further commentators on the line as of now.
Good. Thank you very much, Operator. Mr. Fisher, we will go on to the decision on general session minutes.
Yes, thank you. So this item, we need a motion then on the decision for the general session minutes for July 22, 2020 and August 17, 2020. Can I get a motion?
So moved. This is Angelina.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, any opposed? Okay. Noted. The motion passes.
Thank you. And we'll go on to item 3 on the agenda, our CEO report. Mr. Berber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, too, people may be wondering why I, the former CEO, are providing the CEO report today. First, for everyone's benefit, I've agreed to stay around for a bit to facilitate a smooth transition to Mr. Manger, and we have had extensive and robust conversations already, so to make sure that he doesn't drown in the fire hose that's headed his way. The board then asked me to do the CEO report of this meeting since I was the CEO during this period. So a little background on it. I'll go quickly, though. The coronavirus response, there's been no significant change. We have had 2 positive cases, both in contract staff. They both returned to work and have tested negative. Our view is that our posture of no visitors and remote meetings and remote working will probably be in place until there's a suitable vaccine and we have protection in the general population. We continue to protect our control room staff as best we can to make sure there are no issues there. So no real change other than I think it's clear that we're going to have to be in this position until such time as the necessary treatments are available. Overall balancing area system conditions, this part of the report is rather exciting this time. As everyone knows, we did have significant issues in August and September. The summer had been mild until mid-August when we had a west-wide heat wave that sent record temperatures across the board and set the highest temperature on the face of the earth of 130 degrees in the Mojave Desert. So we had to contend not only with heat in California but also in the West. We used much of the tools that we have, such as flex alerts, restricted maintenance operations, alerts, and warnings. We went into stage emergencies. And on the 14th and 15th, we did have to shed load of 1,000 megawatts and 500 megawatts, respectively. So I was in the control room when, on the Friday the 14th, when the 1,000 megawatts were shed. I did see a plummeting of the operating reserves and the area control error, and it was clear to me that the operators had to make quick corrective action so as to not harm the broader grid. That's what drove those decisions. Now, there is a root cause analysis that's going on now in collaboration with the CEC and the PUC on what are the contributing factors, and this is going across the board from forecasting load to resource adequacy to our own markets and systems and how they all performed. It's been a very deep dive and elaborate dive, and our Mark Rothleader and Petr Rustanovich have been deeply involved in this, and I'm appreciative of their work. That report will be released as soon as it is completed, and everybody that needs to review it has had an opportunity to provide their input. On August 17th, 18th, and 19th, which was the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday following the load shed Friday and Saturday events, we were forecasting loads as high as 50,000, and I'm convinced we would have reached those levels. Of course, we couldn't have reached those levels because we didn't have the resources to get there. But a Herculean effort occurred among the CEC, the PUC, and the Governor's Office and others to reach out to a whole variety of people to either provide us additional generation in the form, for instance, PG&E allowed us to use their PSPS generators and backup generators, which added to the generation stack. In addition to that, there was deep conservation that occurred. As an example, the Navy was good enough to take some of their ships in San Diego off of shore power. Major industries and commercial entities also pitched in to help. They are too numerous to all note, but I do want to provide a deep level of gratitude to them, because absent that action over the 17th, 18th, and 19th, and again over the Labor Day weekend, I'm absolutely convinced we would have had further load shed. So we will look into the contributing factors and make sure that we're not living on the margin like we are this summer. Mr. Manger, I know, is going to make resource adequacy a top priority for him. We have had a number of fires caused. We've had a number of fires across the system. I would not like to use the term lucky per se, but we haven't had anything that hit at the right time, at the right place that would cause a reliability concern. We have had transmission lines that have come out of service, but none that caused reliability issues on the broader grid. There also have been some public safety power shutoffs. The utilities have coordinated with them, on them with us, and we've made sure that they were contained to the PSPS areas. In some cases, we did have some generation that was stranded, but again, the system was in a condition that it could withstand that. So more will be said, I'm sure, about the load sheds on the 14th and 15th, but that's the status as we know it today. I think it's important to note that we also have issued a flex alert for today and a restricted maintenance order for today because we expect fairly significant loads in the first day of October. Now, the reason why it's particularly difficult at this time, because loads aren't as high as they were in July and August, but the resource adequacy fleet takes a major dip going in October on the order of about 5,000 megawatts mark, if I'm not correct about that. So those resources are no longer under contract. That is why we're approaching this very cautiously and conservatively. We believe we would certainly appreciate conservation efforts out there, much along the lines of what we called for before, particularly between the hours of 3 and 9. And if we do that, I think we can get through today without any kind of grid interruption. From a reliability coordinator perspective, of course, the reliability coordinator has had to contend with the same issues across the broader interconnect. And I thought I would include some statuses to give you the severity of the challenges during this time. Emergency alert status actually occurred across the broader interconnect on a number of occasions. The ISO was in emergency status 6 times. The Imperial Irrigation District was in emergency status 2 times. NV Energy 1 time, and the Turlock Irrigation District 1 time. The point being is that the load issues were not just unique to us, and other balancing areas had to resort to load shed as well. RC West set a historical peak load of 127,631 megawatts. That's across our RC footprint on August 17th at 6. Keep in mind that our records start on November 1 of 2019, so the records don't go back very far, but that is our record to date. The EIM governing body, the EIM Governance Review Committee continues its work. It has produced a scoping paper, has taken comment, and I think is working very diligently to find the right balance of governance to support particularly a day-ahead market in the West. The Governance Review Committee issued a STAR proposal in July and are currently considering the comments that they've received. More will be said about that, I'm sure. From a renewable energy production perspective, no new renewable energy production marks were set since the last board meeting. The most recent solar peak was 12,000 and some megawatts back in June, and the wind generation peak was back in May. So we continue, though, observationally, when I go down the control room, I often see loads still being served by over 50% of renewables. So last, it's not lost on me that we are having a CEO transition. September 29th was my last day as president and CEO of the ISO. On September 30th, Elliot Mainzer became the new CEO of the ISO. Elliot, I wish you all the best. I couldn't be more pleased to have someone to pass the baton to. I know you, I've known you for many years. I know you're a very capable leader, and I know this organization is in great hands. So I'm pleased to do that. And I also want to say that this 9 years as CEO, I'm in my 10th year, and the 15 years at the ISO have been certainly the highlight of my career. And the people I've been able to work with and the friendships I've developed, I will cherish for the rest of my life. So that's my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Just to complete the CEO report this time, the board has a resolution thanking you for your service. But before I read that resolution, each of us would like to say a few words. Angelina?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. Steve, thank you so much for all your hard work. We've been together from the beginning. I remember when you became CEO and you took on the role as a much younger man with much more hair. And you've done a terrific job, especially in taking the ISO, which was a much smaller, much more parochial organization, and launching it as a major player on the global scale. We went to Europe together, met with the RTOs and the ISOs over there. You subsequently hosted all of the major RTOs here at the ISO with the regulators from Europe, joined the Go15, which is the organization of the largest ISOs in the world, and indeed became president of that organization. So the ISO carries the torch for renewable integration and for excellence in operation on all levels for the grid, and we're super proud of everything that the organization has achieved and that you have done. We've had our challenges, but reliability has always been the first and foremost objective for all of us. You very elegantly led us forward towards the energy imbalance market, launched in 2014, which now has netted over $1 billion as a benefit to all the customers. You've also positioned the ISO to take over the reliability coordinator functions, which are incredible, and of course that positions us well to continue on for the day ahead EIM. And we're all excited to be working on the next step of the deep decarbonization for California and the Greater West, and you have been instrumental in making that happen. We will miss you. Congratulations on your retirement. I hope you have a lot of fun events planned, even though they're going to be travel challenged. And we wish you all the best, and we will miss you. Thank you, Steve.
Ash?
Steve, like Angelina, I was a brand new board member. One of the first things we had to do was to hire a new CEO. So you and I have been in this from the beginning. And I think it's still to this date my best vote. You have transformed the ISO into a world-leading organization. It is now poised to accomplish California's energy goals in a way that I think 11 years ago it was not. And I am thrilled with the work that you've done. And I do, like Angelina, hope that you enjoy your retirement thoroughly.
Thank you, Ash.
Mary?
Well, Steve, I feel like Severin and I are at a distinct disadvantage, having known you the least amount of time, and since our colleagues have done such a good job about the lengthy history and the path you put us on, I will just echo their comments there, and I believe them. But honestly, since I've been on the ISO board this last 2 years, Steve, what you've accomplished with the RC West and moving the EIM and the EDAM ahead has been impressive as hell. And when I'm asked, I'm always like, the ISO staff is really world class, and we're so lucky it's part of California and the West, and it's your leadership that's really made that difference. So I still think you're too young to retire. I'm not going to take it personally that Severin and I showed up and you quit, but hey, I understand that your family calls, so good luck in retirement.
Thank you, Mary.
Severin.
Yeah, I'll just echo everything my colleagues have said, but I also wanted to add that I have just learned a lot watching you operate as CEO of this corporation, seeing the loyalty of the employees to you and your leadership and the way you have built a culture within the ISO that is really first rate and has made it into a very high-functioning organization. That's something I have been seeing the ISO from the outside, but now having seen it more from the inside, I've just been really impressed with. So all the best. I agree with Mary that you're too young to retire, but I think that's a choice you get to make, and I hope we will get to see you again soon.
Thank all of you.
So I'm going to ask all of us attending today, so all the stakeholders and WebEx and all the ISO employees listening in, to just go back with me 15 years while I read the resolution that the board has prepared, thanking Steve.
Would you like to do that now?
This is... Okay, sure. We have... Greg, will you explain?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Charleston. So on behalf of Roger Collinson, Vice President and Corporate Secretary, who could not be here today, he asked me to read a statement to Steve. I'm going to do that now. Steve, I regret that I can't be here today while the board celebrates your leadership and sends you off to what I hope is a fantastic and rewarding retirement. Since we are the same age, I'll say you are much too young, or maybe I'm just envious for your retirement. I feel honored and privileged to call you a colleague, a leader, a mentor, and most of all, a friend. I'll miss your presence here, but I'm ready and excited for the challenges ahead. Thank you, and please don't be a stranger, Roger.
Thank you.
Roger, if you're listening, I truly appreciate that sentiment. This has been a pleasure.
So this is what the board thinks about you. Whereas Steve Berberick is retiring from the California Independent System Operator Corporation after having served for over 15 years as Vice President of Technology, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, and 9 years as President and Chief Executive Officer. And whereas Mr. Berberick greatly expanded CAISO's capabilities, including industry-leading energy management systems, development and construction of state-of-the-art control centers in Folsom and Lincoln, was instrumental in integrating record amounts of renewable resources, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, and welcoming new resources into CAISO's wholesale markets. And whereas Mr. Berberick led creation of the Western Energy Imbalance Market to increase regional collaboration and reduce costs and emissions across the Western United States, laid the groundwork for a regional extended day-ahead market to expand that collaboration, led the organization to assume reliability coordinator responsibilities for most of the Western interconnection. And whereas Mr. Berberick created partnerships with grid operators around the world, served as president of G015, an organization of the CEOs of the largest grid operators, and was responsible for having CAISO recognized internationally as a leader in the transition to clean energy. And whereas Mr. Berberick created a culture to challenge and support everyone in the organization, to deepen skills, learn more, care more, broadened the diversity of its staffing, expanded career development opportunities, and transformed CAISO into an organization respected for operational excellence by customers, regulators, and stakeholders across the energy industry. And whereas Mr. Berberick provided exemplary leadership, decisive direction, mentoring, and friendship, all with engaging wit and sense of humor, and with humility, grace, and devotion, inspired the loyalty of all who worked with him. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the California ISO Board of Governors hereby expresses its gratitude and sincere appreciation to Mr. Berberick for his service and dedication to the ISO, the state of California, and the West, and wishes him the best in all his endeavors.
Thank all of you, and Charleston, thank you. We've worked together a long time, and Angelina and Ash, also the two of you, have seen me become a real CEO over the time, and I could not have done what I got done without you, and I'm deeply appreciative of the support you gave me over the years. I love the people at this organization, and I wish them the best. Thank you.
Charleston, would you like a motion then?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So can I get a first? Can I get a first motion?
I so move.
And can I get a second?
I'll second.
All right, and I know this is going to be a close vote, so I'm going to take it by name. Chair Olson?
Aye.
Vice Chair Galitova?
Aye.
Governor Bagwad?
Aye.
Governor Borenstein?
Aye.
And Governor Leslie?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave, your video is a little blurred. Can you adjust the camera?
I look much better out of focus, actually.
Now it looks good.
Is that resolved? Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, back on planet Earth, we need to go to agenda item number 4, which is our EIM governing body chair report. John Prescott, are you on the line?
John, if you could please press pound 2 on your telephone keypad to enter the queue, I can then unmute your line. Again, I repeat, please press pound 2 on your telephone keypad. Okay, I think he's in the queue. Your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome, John.
Okay. Thanks. Good morning, Chair Olson and Governors, and welcome to Elliot Mainzer. I am speaking today on behalf of the Western EIM governing body. The governing body met virtually on September 16th of 2020, and after our recognition for outgoing CEO Steve Burbrick, we heard reports from Therese Hampton, chair of the Governance Review Committee, about their progress, and I think you're going to get an update on the GRC right after me today. Then we heard a report from Oregon PUC Commissioner Letha Tawney, chair of the Body of State Regulators, about their activity, and Pam Sporborg, chair of the Regional Issues Forum, covered their activities and announced the September 22nd panel discussion between Steve Burbrick and Elliot Mainzer, which I was honored to moderate, and it was a great event. And then we heard ISO staff reports on EIM-related topics, including the 2021 rate and fee changes. And we took action on 3 initiatives which required advisory votes by the governing body to advise the Board of Governors. Those initiatives are, first, Energy Storage and Distributed Energy Resources Phase 4, known as ESDR, and I believe that's your agenda item 6. And let me grab my notes here. And second is the flexible ramping product enhancements, and I believe that's your agenda item 7. And third is the FERC Order 831 import bidding and market parameters, your agenda item 8. And after considering the information presented by ISO staff, comments from the MSC and DMM, and discussion by the governing body voted to advise the Board of Governors to approve all 3 proposals as presented in our meeting. So let me repeat that. The governing body voted to advise the Board of Governors to approve all 3 proposals as presented in our meeting, and that's the advice we're giving to you for your agenda items 6, 7, and 8 today. So, Chair Olson, that's the end of my report, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Chair Prescott. Does the board have any questions or comments for the governing body? Hearing none.
I just wanted to note that As chair of the DMM committee, I did the first report out to the governing body at their last meeting, and that it was a pleasure to do it. I think that was a very useful endeavor and a very informative for all sides. So I was very happy to do it and very pleased that we have that process in place. And I believe that the DMM committee members should rotate in giving those reports and make sure that we keep the governing body up to date and included in the information they're interested in. So I'm happy that we have this underway.
We also
so thank you for being so welcoming, John.
Well, thank you.
And your members.
We really appreciated your report. We did look forward to future reports.
And Chair Prescott, we understand the governing body's advisory opinions in support of the decisional items we have before us today. So we thank you very much for that, and we will note that as we consider each of the items later in the meeting. So with that, we will turn to agenda item number 5, the EIM Governance Review Committee Chair Report. I believe Therese Hampton could not be with us today, and so Rebecca Wagner will be very capably filling in for her. Rebecca, are you on the line?
Rebecca, if you could please press #2 on your telephone keypad to identify yourself. I can unmute your line. Okay, I think you're in the queue. Rebecca, please press #2 on your telephone keypad to identify yourself. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead. Rebecca, please go ahead. Can you please unmute the device from your end and state your comment?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the governing body, my name is Rebecca Wagner. I'm the Vice Chair of the Governance Review Committee. I'm standing in today for Therese Hampton, who is taking a much-needed vacation. I'd also like to note that Therese is a fantastic leader, and we are all working together very well, and we're having a great distant experience, but Therese has been phenomenal. I would just like to pile on a little bit and say thank you to Steve Berberick. I've enjoyed working with you over the years, and now that you're a retired guy, maybe we can play some golf and I'll let you win. And Elliot, I look forward to working with you going forward. The ISO is my favorite volunteer job that I have had the pleasure of doing for the last 5 years. So, to the point of business, the Governance Review Committee, we issued our straw proposal on July 31st. We received comments at the end of August. We sought feedback on 6 broad issues, and in return, we received 19 sets of robust comments. And for the most part, the comments generally are supportive and with caveats, which is part of the new platform for stakeholder feedback, which I've heard positive feedback on, just an FYI. So what we're doing now is working through all of the comments of the subject matter areas that still need tinkering. We've divided into some working groups, and we're rolling up our sleeves and getting our work done. We are on schedule for a revised straw proposal in Q4, which just occurred to me is starting today. We're looking at that in December, and we should be ready to submit a draft final proposal in the first quarter of 2021. I'm happy to answer any questions, hopefully nothing substantive, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Wagner? We would like to thank everyone on the Governance Review Committee for their work. This is very, very important for the Western Interconnection, I think for all of our member load-serving entities. And we know it's a significant responsibility involving a great time commitment. And Rebecca, for you personally, having devoted so much effort to the creation of the EIM and the EIM Transitional Committee, which you led for a couple of years, we very, very much appreciate all that you have done to make this possible. So we thank you, and please extend our thanks to the other members of the GRC.
Will do. Thank you.
We will move on to agenda item 6, which shows our decision on energy storage and distributed energy resources phase 4 proposal. So to introduce that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Rothleader.
Thank you, Chair Olson and Board of Governors. Yes, this is a fourth in a phase of our continuing evolution of our markets to adapt to new energy resources, specifically energy storage and distributed energy resources. John Gooden will be presenting management's presentation today. You've already heard Mr. Prescott's EIM governing body advisor opinion on this item. And then Dr. Hobbs will be presenting the Market Surveillance Committee for this item. Following up, Ryan Kerlinsky from our Department of Market Monitoring will be presenting the Department of Market Monitoring comments on this item. So with that, I will turn it over to John Gooden to present this item.
Operator, could you unmute John Gooden's line, please?
Oh.
Yes, your line is unmuted, John.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Olson and Board of Governors. Thank you for this opportunity to review our ESDR 4 initiatives. Next slide, please. Okay. We are bringing for your review and decision today 3 decisional items and a 4th informational item. So we'll walk through the 3 decisional items here in a minute, but I do want to comment that there is a 5th element that was in the ESDR 4 initiative, which is really the first of its kind in the nation, applying a default energy bid to storage resources. That element of ESDR 4 will be bringing to you, plan is in December. We wanted to take a little more time on that particular element, make sure we get that right, and then bring that to you for decision. So just a heads up about that. So just briefly, the 3 decisional items are, we have an optional end-of-hour stated charge parameter for storage resources that will give the ISO and the operator more flexibility to operate their storage resources. We're introducing a new parameter to better reflect demand response resource operational characteristics. This is called a maximum daily runtime parameter. And third and finally, again, more administrative, we are just streamlining our market participation agreements for non-generator resource participants. Non-generator resource participants are those like storage resources. That's the participation model they use, what we call the NGR. And then fourth and finally, for informational, is we did a study in collaboration with E3, trying to better understand and assess a methodology to better understand demand response capacity evaluation, and to inform what is DR's contribution to system reliability and system resource adequacy needs, particularly in light of the needs of the transforming grid and our ability to displace gas-fired resources, for example, and that energy that they currently supply. And how does demand response contribute to that? So next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So just very brief context. Again, ESDR 4, we spent quite a bit of time effort, and energy really talking about storage resources. And the reason is, as we all understand, that storage is really going to be the predominant resource. We're looking at about 1,500 megawatts interconnecting to the system by the end of 2021, which is just around the corner. The flavor is mostly lithium-ion backed storage, 4-hour duration, or in a hybrid configuration, which is like where you combine solar and you add a battery to it to help better manage that variable energy resource. So we see sort of those two flavors. The ISO's market have largely been designed around gas-fired resources and more recent history on renewable resources. But again, we're really emphasizing here that storage is a unique resource, given that at times it can look like a load, and then at other times it can look like a generator. And so we really need to try to figure out how to accommodate these resources to ensure reliability and that we can accommodate these resources moving forward. Next slide. Okay, so let's just briefly walk through the 3 decisional items. Again, the first is this end-of-hour state of charge parameter that provides real-time management of the state of charge of storage resources. Currently, state of charge, if a storage operator wants to manage state of charge, its ability is through self-scheduling. That's really a blunt instrument, if you will. It freezes out any other flexibility the ISO might have to operate around that state of charge. And it doesn't allow for setting maximum and minimum state of charge or megawatt hour value range. So again, it's really blunt. It loses a lot of flexibility for the ISO and the storage operators. So this parameter will change that. It does allow for a minimum and maximum megawatt hour range. So that's a unique attribute and a new capability. But I will say that it does respect, okay, so if an operator sets this min and max range, it does respect any ancillary service awards for that resource. And it also must respect any physical minimum and maximum charge constraints. That seems obvious, but it's important to point out that you can't override ancillary services or physical constraints of the resource. Last and finally on this parameter, as we went through the policy vetting process, there was a concern raised by DMM and the Public Utilities Commission about potential strategic bidding and gaming concerns around this end-of-hour state of charge parameter related to how operators could potentially manipulate their bid cost recovery settlement. And so as a result of attention brought to this matter, we've placed some simple rules into this particular parameter that address that issue. Next slide, please. Okay, the second decisional item is on this new parameter called the maximum daily runtime constraint. Those that are familiar with demand response, the character and nature of demand response is largely defined by the program that wraps around, if you will, these demand response activities. Many demand response programs have a runtime, a daily runtime parameter where they can run 4 hours or 6 hours a day. We've never had a constraint in the market that actually observed that, and so this is something that the community has wanted for a long time, and so happy to say we're finally able to deliver this. So we are putting in this new constraint that will observe those hours of availability a day. It's an optional parameter. And last and finally is that there was a concern raised by our IT folks about this constraint. The challenge is that if we have a lot of resources, little tiny resources, 100 kW, for example, using this constraint, it could potentially weigh down the optimization because essentially it takes as much optimization horsepower, if you will, to optimize 100 kW as it does 500 megawatts. And so the concern was that this could weigh down the optimization if we had a bunch of little resources. So the compromise and agreement was to allow this parameter to be used for those resources, DR resources that are megawatt and above. Next slide, please. Okay, third and final decision item. Again, this is very straightforward, administrative. Currently, storage resources that are using the non-generated resource model have to sign 2 participating agreements, a participating load and a participating generator agreement. Going forward, we're going to eliminate that, and depending on how they're going to operate in the market, they'll sign one or the other, but not both. Again, simple streamlining. We're not requiring folks to re-sign agreements from the past. This is just a simplification moving forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so those are the 3 decisional items. This 4th item is just an FYI. It's informational, although it probably garnered more controversy than anything, is that the ISO has really wanted to look at what is the contribution to reliability from demand response resources that are providing resource advocacy capacity, given that their nature is more like a variable energy resource than a fixed capacity resource like a gas-fired resource. Today, demand response is awarded RA capacity as if it's equivalent to a gas-fired resource, that it can essentially deliver the same megawatt quantity all hours that it is available for the program. The ISO understands it, and I think most understand that this is really not true, that DR is a variable resource because its output varies by day of the week, time of day, temperature, weather, production, occupancy. There's many things that can affect DR's contribution or DR's capacity availability. So the ISO partnered with E3 to assess the demand response capability under an effective load carrying capability methodology, the same as we use for other variable resources. The reason we picked E3 is because they did a similar study for the Pacific Northwest Resource Advocacy study that was done. They applied ELCC to the DR in the Pacific Northwest. So we wanted to build on that capability and added some other dimensions to it as well. So we even enhanced above and beyond what they did in the Pacific Northwest. Bottom line is the study successfully demonstrated that you can use ELCC applied to demand response, and we also determined a way that we could allocate the capacity across different types of demand response programs. Lastly, I'll just wrap up that the purpose of the study wasn't to have an exact determination of what the capacity value is of current demand response programs. The purpose of the study was to inform and guide the PUC ultimately that such a methodology can be applied, and sort of a guidepost for how we could do this moving forward. I know there were concerns by participants that maybe it wasn't, we didn't use their exact qualifying capacity values and things like that, but that really wasn't the total purpose of the study. It was more informational and to discuss a methodology. Next slide. So wrapping up here, overall, stakeholders have been very supportive of the decisional items. The energy storage proposals were largely supported. I know that DMM expressed that a more sort of sophisticated end-of-hour stated charge parameter could be used to address that bid cost recovery settlement concern. I think we came out with a reasonable approach, and we can evaluate this in a more sophisticated tool in the future. On the demand response proposals, again, the maximum daily runtime parameter, fully support. This was something that communities wanted for a long time. And then the application of this ELCC to demand responses study to inform this methodology was not well regarded by the DR community because there are potential impacts to the capacity value and reassessment of capacity value of DR. Next slide. So with that, we'll wrap up and again request that the board approve the following proposed items: the optional end-of-hour stated charge, the new DR parameter, maximum daily runtime parameter, and then again, the last and final, streamlining the market participation agreements for NGR participants. So with that, I'll conclude and open it up to any questions.
Thank you very much, John. Board members have any comments or questions for Mr. Gooden?
I do. This is Ash Bhagwat, and frankly, this may be a better question for the lawyers than for you. But has anyone had a chance to look into whether, to what extent CAISO is already in compliance with FERC Order 2222, the one that just came out?
Yes. Thanks, Ash. We have looked at the order deeply. It was largely, I think, if you are aware of our distributed energy resource aggregation model that we approved in 2016, it's largely geared around that DER aggregation that we developed. I think we are close to compliance. They did reduce the kilowatt hour size. We had 500 as minimum. They want to go to 100. And there's a couple other issues about how a distributed energy resource aggregation can be a combination of demand response and distributed energy resources. So we're looking into that. But largely, we think that we are compliant.
I'm not surprised. We have, after all, been ahead of the game on this one from the beginning. So,
yes.
Kudos.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Gooden?
Well, Hi, this is oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chairman. I'll go ahead.
Maybe I'm wandering ahead to the fourth piece, the report, but I'm just still trying to understand how demand response provides resource adequacy. So the idea is that they are available to reduce consumption at a certain point. And I don't want to spend a lot of time and take up everybody's time, but I'm trying to understand, are the contracts written to actually reduce consumption or to not go above a level of consumption? And in particular, if an entity that has a DRRA contract at the time it's called wasn't consuming, let's say for purposes of discussion, at all at the time the contract is called, would they be failing to comply because they didn't reduce? I'm still trying to wrap my head around the idea of DR
yes.
of some sort.
Okay.
So
your first question, are they compensated and designed around reducing consumption? The answer to that is yes. It's on how much actual demand they can reduce. That's kind of what's unique about our PDR proxy demand resource model that we use for demand response, is that they actually have a fixed, or they bid in a fixed amount of capacity for that hour that they will reduce. And when we do the baseline calculation, that's what we're measuring against, is did they deliver 10 megawatts, for example, of demand response. Now, not to go down a rabbit hole, but I think part of your question was some of the utility programs, particularly large industrial programs, have what's called a firm service level. So they just reduce down to some minimum load that they've agreed to. So it doesn't matter where the starting point is. What matters is the ending point, called that firm service level. That's not a way that we do demand response. We do it on you deliver your bid amount if we are called in that hour. So hopefully that answered your question.
It did. I have many more on that design choice, but you and I can have them offline, I think, and so I can understand why that's a sensible way to do it. Thank you.
Yes, and just let me say, if they didn't have anything to reduce, it wouldn't be a compliance issue. It would be kind of like a generator that didn't perform. So they'd have uninstructed energy settlement that they'd have to pay if they didn't actually deliver any demand response, just as if a generator didn't produce energy when dispatched. It's treated the same way.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
John, I was just going to thank you for this work and for these 3 changes you're making and proposing today, which I think are all good, and also for thinking out of the box
in terms of other ways we can be viewing distributed generation, and also how to inform the CPUC on issues we think are important. So mine was just really a basic comment.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we can go on to the opinion of the Market Surveillance Committee. Operator, would you please unmute Dr. Hobbs' line?
Sure. The line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had actually queued in for public comment, so this is not Dr. Hobbs. Sorry.
Dr. Hobbs, if you could please press #2 on your telephone keypad, I can unmute your line. Dr. Hobbs, I repeat, if you could please press #2 on your telephone keypad, I can then unmute your line. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead. If you could please unmute the device from your end. And go ahead, please. Dr. Hobbs, looks like your device is muted on your end. Could you please unmute and go ahead? Dr. Hobbs, are you there on the line?
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Now we can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are about 15 combinations of settings. I finally found the right one. I apologize. Thank you, Chairman Olson, for inviting me today. Before I summarize the opinion, I'd like to say on behalf of the MSC that we congratulate Steve Burbidge on his retirement and welcome Elliot Mainzer to the Office of Presidency and CEO of the California ISO. We're looking forward to working with you. Our opinion addressed 3 of the issues that John Gooden described. One of them was the end-of-hour state of charge parameter. The second was market power mitigation for storage facilities with a focus on the calculation of default energy bids. And the third is the effective load carrying capability based estimation of how much demand response contributes to system resource adequacy. John mentioned that was an informational item, so I won't stress our conclusions about that, although we have a number of technical comments about how ELCC should be calculated and how it should be interpreted. We believe that it is important that you don't want to either exaggerate or understate the contribution of resources, because that will misstate then how reliable the system is and will also provide misguided incentives. I will, however, say a little bit about the end-of-hour state of charge parameter and finally market power mitigation. So the end-of-hour state of charge parameter, we believe it will be an important tool for resource owners to manage storage to prevent the so-called end effects distortion. This is a distortion that arises when the market software has too short a time horizon to value correctly the worth of energy that remains in storage at the end of that time. There are at least a couple different ways that this distortion can be corrected, one of which is to allow the resource owner to specify a state of charge that it wants to hit, or arrange for that it wants to hit at the end, and that's what the ISO's proposal is. The other way is to allow them to specify a value of energy, which is similar to the value of water that hydropower owners use all the time. And you could actually allow storage owners to do both. So one of our recommendations is that although we believe that we endorse this proposal, we see it as a first step, and eventually we think that it would be advisable to allow storage owners to specify either an ending state of charge over the market period, or a value of energy, or both, because that will give more flexibility. So, for example, if energy prices are very high in the binding interval or in the near term, specifying the value of energy would allow the market software to trade off dispatching the storage now versus saving the energy for later. Likewise, if energy prices are low now, then specifying the value of energy would allow the storage unit then to save more energy for later on beyond the time horizon. The other thing that we mentioned concerning the end-of-hour state of charge parameter is that that parameter can be used to exercise local market power if the storage facility is large enough relative to net load and relative to import constraints. We do not propose a hard and fast criterion for detecting or mitigating market power in the end-of-hour state of charge parameters. We instead suggest that if a storage resource repeatedly specifies an ending state of charge, much higher than what the day-ahead IFM solution indicates, and if furthermore later real-time prices repeatedly do not economically justify that withholding, then the resource could be prohibited for a set period of time from setting a state of charge appreciably different than what the day-ahead market indicates is optimal. This is a tough problem, mitigating state of charge. We don't think that our suggestion is at all the final answer, and that for the moment we advise the ISO, DMM, and the market designers to consider possibilities and to monitor things closely. The second major part of our opinion concerns mitigation of storage offers, and we believe that the ISO's proposal is a very reasonable start, but we expect that this system for mitigating storage offers will be revisited in the future as battery penetration increases, as we better understand the technology and its costs, issues such as the shortening of battery lives if you have deep cycles, and then finally as more approaches are explored here and at other ISOs. So we have a couple of suggestions. One is that for very small storage units that are highly unlikely to be able to influence market price, that we have a safe harbor. We don't bother trying to calculate default energy bids for them, and we exempt them from the local market power mitigation. This is, of course, something that arguably would be appropriate for all resource types, not just storage, but we think it'd be particularly beneficial in the case of storage because, first of all, there's low potential benefit to mitigating small batteries, and second, because of the difficulties of estimating default energy bids, there's more potential for things going awry if DEBs that are too small or too high are chosen. So given that the technology is rapidly evolving and that the operational practices are complex, we think it'd just be best to leave the very small batteries alone and give them a safe harbor. The second point, and the last one that I'll make here about mitigation of storage offers, is about the default energy bid. So if the following is done, then the default energy bid becomes a lot simpler than what is proposed by the ISO. If the resource owner has a specified target state of charge in the time horizon, or a value of energy at that point, then the resulting costs of recharging the battery and the resulting opportunity costs from using the battery's charge now rather than later are automatically and implicitly calculated by the market software and do not have to be specified in default energy bids. So the only thing that the default energy bid has to provide is the cost of cycling the battery, and of course you have to have the market parameters for losses and so forth. Using just the cost of cycling the battery and not opportunity costs and charging costs as part of the default energy bid would simplify things considerably. You still have to think hard about mitigating the value of energy or the target state of charge at the end of the time horizon, but at least it'd be one or two parameters and not the bids in every time period over the time horizon. So as I mentioned, the third part of our opinion addressed effective load carrying capability, which we think is really important to calculate and to calculate right. And the study moves the methodology forward. It's also important to use the ELCC calculator for different resources in the correct manner so as to not over or under reward particular resources. And the detailed comments are in our opinion for your amusement. That concludes my comments at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hobbs. Does the board have any comments or questions for Dr. Hobbs?
No, I have a question for staff based on what Dr. Hobbs said.
Go ahead, please.
I was just wondering, John or others, why we didn't look at simplifying the default energy bid potential if we have a methodology to look into a specified state of charge or energy value over a certain time horizon. Why was that not something that we considered? And also congratulations on being ahead of the game for FERC Order 2222. That's going to be a very interesting development, and it's going to be affecting all ISOs across the country. So it's nice to see that we're already, you know, a good way there in meeting what they're looking for, and we'll have to change our 500 kW aggregation limit to 100, but it's still not a lot of work, and we're a long way into meeting what it requires. Did we look at what Dr. Hobbs had been proposing, or is that something we're going to be doing later?
Let me just answer. I think that's in part why we took the default energy bid portion out of this decision. It allows us to consider maybe some of those simplifications, and so that's not in front of you today as a decision. And we'll consider some of those simplifications as a result of the design that's approved today.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Hobbs? Well, we thank you, and we thank the Market Surveillance Committee for its work as always. And we'd like to hear now from our Department of Market Monitoring. Operator, could you please unmute the Ryan Kurlinski's line?
Sure. Ryan, if you could please press #2 on your telephone keypad. Ryan, please press #2 on your telephone keypad. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome, Ryan.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Yeah, good morning, Chair Olson, Board of Governors. This is Ryan Kurlinski representing the Department of Market Monitoring. First of all, let me reiterate congratulations to Steve on his retirement. On behalf of DMM, it was a pleasure working with you, Steve. And we're also really excited to move forward with working with Elliot on the market going forward. So, yeah. Thank
you, Ron.
So let's see. Given my personal history in front of the board here, it does give me a lot of pleasure here to represent DMM and expressing on this initiative DMM support for the aspects of the final proposals that have been brought to the board here for your approval this month. So an important role of the ISO is to try to model as accurately as possible the actual operational characteristics of non-traditional resources like battery storage and demand response, kind of resources that are going to be needed for the grid's transition away from carbon. So the ISO's proposal to model the maximum runtime for demand response resources is a nice step forward. It should allow the software to better optimize the dispatch of a demand response that's been contracted to only cut load for a certain amount of time. And so we think it should improve the efficiency of ISO markets. Likewise, we think the end-of-hour state of charge parameter should encourage greater participation by battery storage in ISO's energy markets. So to the extent this parameter can encourage batteries to be buying and selling more, charging and discharging more for energy in our markets, and with, as we get large amounts of battery storage capacity coming online in the next few years, we would expect this feature to really enhance the efficiency of the markets. As John said, DMM, we did note early on in this initiative that since this end-of-hour state of charge is kind of a form of self-schedule, that without some protective measures, the end-of-hour state of charge could create opportunities for batteries to exploit bid cost recovery provisions, to get paid a high bid price of their choosing to discharge, or to even get paid based on a negative bid to charge. But we really appreciate the ISO's efforts on this issue, and we think the protective measures that the ISO defined in its final proposal should adequately protect against attempts to exploit bid cost recovery provisions. Let's see, as John mentioned in our last few sets of comments, we did discuss the possibility of some more nuanced protective measures than the ISO is proposing, but we don't think these more complicated options should get in the way of the ISO moving forward with the important end-of-hour state of charge feature. So we are happy to defer more discussion of those ideas to a future initiative. With that conclusion, we support the ISO's final proposal, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions you may have for me. Thank you.
Does the board have any comments or questions for Mr. Kurlinski? Okay. Hearing none, thank you. We really appreciate having DMM's opinion. And we will move to public comment. Operator, are there any commenters in the queue for this item 6 on our agenda?
There are several commentators in the queue. Moving on to the first caller. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Sorry, this is John Gooden, I think. You can go to the next caller.
Caller line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Board of Governors. This is Alex Morris again from the California Energy Storage Alliance. And we wanted to express our support for this ESDR initiative. I wanted to acknowledge the staff and team who've put a lot of time and work into hammering out some very tricky cutting-edge issues. So we're very thankful for their engagement, and fundamentally we're thankful that the ISO has continued to show leadership in developing market participation pathways for energy storage and DERs. I think a unique feature we wanted to especially flag is this end-of-hour state of charge parameter, which is a really new tool that's being developed here that will help energy storage resources provide reliable resource adequacy capacity by making sure they are available to deliver on schedules. I think downstream of this, there will be other conversations about how storage is treated as a RA resource. And it's important to me that we now have this end-of-hour state of charge moving forward, because it should enable storage to reasonably plan to deliver its capacity in ways that the ISO should feel comfortable with. So we're excited about that, and it will probably obviate the need for a minimum capacity or minimum charge requirement in other initiatives like the RA enhancements. We also support the ISO continuing to tweak and perfect the default energy bid provisions, and so John's proposal to delay that is something we're comfortable with, but also we're generally okay with storage growing up and having market power mitigation and having reasonable default energy bid provisions. We think that's fair and reasonable, so we're supportive. That said, we do want to keep an eye on it to make sure that any default energy bids that the ISO calculates are reasonable and ensure full cost recovery. So with that, I think we can wrap up and say thank you, and we hope you'll approve this design.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Operator, could you take the next caller, please?
Sure. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Governors. This is Jennifer Chamberlain, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors for the Efficiency and Demand Management Council, and I co-chair our Regulatory Policy Committee. I should double-check and make sure that you guys can hear me.
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Governor Olson. The Council, who I'm not, I'll give a tiny bit of information in case you're not familiar with us. We're a statewide trade association of more than 65 companies working in the energy efficiency, demand response, and data analytics space throughout California. We do implementation and evaluation. More than 65 companies in this space, advocating at all of the agencies helping us achieve our ambitious carbon reduction goals at the state, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I'd like to focus on a couple of the demand response related elements of the SDR4 proposals brought before you today. On the decision side, we are very happy to see the maximum run time. We think this has been a big barrier to resource participation in the market and really expressing what our resources are capable of. So very glad the staff has brought this forward to you today. I do want to share, though, that we have a lot of concerns about the 1 megawatt minimum threshold. We wouldn't like to see this not go forward, but we think that maybe should be re-examined. How do I say this? So there are a number of business reasons why resources are under a megawatt in the market. And I know that everyone's concerned that DRPs are just putting small resources forward, but given the limited amount of proxy demand resource megawatts that have been brought into play, that 1 megawatt threshold actually is very meaningful. In a number of instances, a DR provider just simply doesn't have enough customers within a sublab to provide more than a megawatt of curtailment. I know in my portfolio this has happened personally, and we would lose the benefit of this kind of enhancement. And we've seen this be a problem already. Second, for some DRPs, they are working with multiple underlying clients that would prefer to be in a PDR on their own. It makes settlement in the energy market much more simple. So even if a DRP may have, contracts for multiple megawatts in a sublab, it still can be very challenging to lump them all in one aggregation. You also want to see aggregations with common operational factors, especially as I think there's been a lot of expression that we would like demand response to participate much more actively in the close to real-time markets. If you can lump customers together with similar desire for frequency of dispatch, energy costs, opportunity costs, dispatch durations, response times, you can have resources that are much more stable and reliable to deliver the energy that is expected. And so often, especially, again, at the state where we don't have as much demand response in the PDR function as we'd like, a lot of the demand response penetration in the state does remain in those RDRR resources that the utilities operate. This can mean we need multiple resources in a sublab and under a megawatt. And so I think that this still, I recognize there are some operational challenges from the ISO side, but there are from our side as well. And the maximum runtime we think is a great enhancement and would like to see it applied as broadly as possible. If you don't mind me taking a moment on the Liberty, to talk about the rest of the ESDR proposal from a decision-making point today, the council fully supports. But we do have a couple comments on the informational part of the ESDR proposal put forward. We're a little concerned about that ELCC methodology to determine the capacity value of DR resources. We know it's not voted on today, but we do think there are some shortcomings with this and the E3 model in particular. The CAISO hasn't, we think, fully demonstrated that the ELCC will yield a more accurate capacity value than that's being currently used for IOU DR programs and for the DRAM resources. There seems to be some blind faith that the ELCC is optimal, despite no clear methodology already having been developed. To us, it seems reasonable that we should perform a comparison between the current and proposed capacity valuations under different scenarios to determine the strengths and weaknesses as this moves forward. And while the MSC has agreed in its September 8th opinion that the ELC is a useful and valid theoretical framework, during the MSC meetings, we did also see MSC state that using the ELCC for demand response is very difficult because there's so many factors to correlate. They also stated that the E3 study was a step in the right direction, but there are lots of areas for improvement. The Council does not see this as a strong endorsement by the MSC for the ELCC or the E3 analysis. The scope of that E3 analysis is limited in that it only assessed IOU DR programs and did not consider the third-party DR resources procured through the DRAM, through resource adequacy contracts and with non-IOU LSEs, IOU energy storage procurements, or the local capacity requirement RFOs. So it's a very narrow focus that was highly problematic because DR resources are highly diverse due to the diversity of the underlying customers and their enabling technologies. Developing an ELC analysis for all DR resources based on a very small, more focused subset, we think is going to yield an accurate result. That study also contemplates a single or perhaps a few representative ELCC factors for all DR resources. We think undervalues the most effective DR resources. These will reflect the average of all resources, not resources built to achieve or to direct specific resources. We also don't know how frequently this would be updated. The ELCC study, that is, that will always lag the actual aggregate performance. So any improvements in how DR is done, improvements in automation, improvements in behind-the-meter technologies will all be significantly lagging the rest of this. It's also not a very
Could you please wrap up your comments?
Yes. I'd like to say that, we want to highlight how important the DR state portfolio is. I think we saved a lot of potential blackouts in the last heat wave. Want to continue to do that going forward. We've proven it's needed, DR is needed and effective, and we hope that it will recognize, the CAISO will recognize that going forward, and really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We certainly agree. We will be looking very carefully at ELCC applied to DR. Operator, could you please unmute the next caller?
Sure. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning, CAISO Board of Governors and CAISO Management. My name is Mike Zone, and I work in regulatory affairs at Pacific Gas and Electric. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up at this meeting in regards to CAISO's ESDR 4 initiative. I would like to thank CAISO staff for their hard work and dedication leading the policy development to get us to this point. PG&E would like to express its support for the ESDR 4 proposal. We ask the board to approve the proposal as recommended by CAISO management, and we look forward to seeing the upcoming tariff submittal to FERC. With respect to the E3 demand response capacity evaluation study referenced on slide 7 of the board materials, PG&E requests CAISO or E3 update the study results to reflect updates from PG&E as outlined in recent comments. PG&E looks forward to discussing changes to the capacity evaluation of demand response at the CPUC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Operator, are there any more commenters in the queue?
Yes, we have one more in the queue.
Please unmute that line.
Sure. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning. It's Eric Little from Southern California Edison. Thank you for taking the call today, Chair Olson and Board of Governors. Edison, again, also wants to support the ESDR 4 proposal that's in front of you. We think it's definitely a step in the right direction. It's making the improvements that we need to make given the nature of the types of resources that we're going to see on the grid. We do believe it's important to continue on. As Mr. Gooden mentioned earlier, there are other elements here that need to be tackled, and for battery storage, it's worth noting that there's only something like a bit under 100 megawatts installed on the grid today, and through the IRP actions and the procurement activities going on, we expect that to exceed 1,000, possibly 2,000 or even 3,000 in the coming years. So making sure that those resources can effectively participate in the market is a very important thing. Some notable items there are things like the interaction of virtual bids in the grid and the ability to then optimize battery storage. With a thermal resource, if they get displaced in the day-ahead market from operating and then the real-time are needed, it's not a problem to simply start them up and run them in most cases. For a battery storage device, if the virtual bid displaces them from charging in the day-ahead market and they're now not able to be able to discharge in the real time, it has a whole other effect. We do believe that the market power mitigation, the default energy bid, is an important piece that we need to continue to follow up on. We also believe that the ability to state an end of hour state of charge needs to be looked at from a flex RA perspective as well, because of the fact that you're anticipating using that resource for ramping purposes. By establishing end of hour state of charges, you could disrupt the ability to utilize that resource to provide flexibility. So all things that we think need to be looked at, as well as any other methodologies to improve participation in the market and how these resources bid. Finally, with respect to the discussions on the E3 study, I don't think there's a disagreement in general that an ELCC methodology could be utilized to be able to determine what DR values are. The real question is really one of venue and one of whether or not it is superior to the current methodology. So I want to make sure there's no mistake about it. The value for DR is not the absolute peak capacity that they could ever absolutely produce. There is a load impact protocol study that is done by the California Public Utility Commission for SCE's programs as well as PG&Es and SDG&Es that establishes the value of those to derate them based upon, expected output of those resources for reliability types of events. So the question really is that methodology accurately reflecting the value of these resources? And I will note that methodology has been in place for quite some time. I do think, however, though, that the issue of whether or not we use an ELCC or we use a load impact protocol is appropriately addressed by the local regulatory authorities. The design of the RA program has long stood as the qualifying capacity is established by the local regulatory authority, and in my opinion then is really up to the PUC to decide which methodology to utilize. So we do look forward to the discussion in the CPUC's proceeding on that very matter, and we'll have meaningful discussion about what the appropriate value for DR is. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Eric. Does the board have any final questions for any of the commenters or any final comments before we ask for a vote? Okay. I think we're ready for a resolution. I will note that we heard from Mr. Prescott that the EIM governing body has given us its advisory opinion in support of this motion. Mr. Fisher, would you read the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair Olson. Moved that the ISO Board of Governors approves the tariff provisions necessary to implement the Energy Storage and Distributed Energy Resources Phase 4 proposal as described in the memorandum dated September 23, 2020, and moved that the ISO Board of Governors authorizes management to make all necessary and appropriate filings with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to implement the proposal described in the memorandum, including any filings that implement the overarching initiative policy but contain discrete revisions to incorporate Commission guidance in any initial ruling on the proposed tariff amendment. Do we have a motion?
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Okay, so I'm going to take a vote. Chair Olson?
Aye.
Vice Chair Galezova?
Aye.
Governor Bogwat,
Aye.
Governor Bornstein,
Aye.
and Governor Leslie.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all for your work on that. We'd like to move to agenda item 7 on flexible ramping product before we break for lunch. So we'll consider this item. And to introduce it, I'll turn this over to Mark Rothleader.
Thank you, Chair Olson. This item is a result of a comprehensive review of our flexible ramping product last year and the effectiveness of it. So these are pretty straightforward refinements as a result of that. Presenting it will be Don Trethewey, our Principal Market Designer of Policy. And then you've already heard from Mr. Prescott on the EM Governing Body's advisory opinion on this. Dr. Harvey will follow from the Market Surveillance Committee, presenting their opinion. And lastly, Eric Hildebrandt will be presenting the Department of Market Monitoring's comments on this. Thank you.
Operator, could you please unmute Mr. Trethewey's line?
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Olson, Governors. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome, Don.
If we can move to the next slide, please. The flexible ramping product is a key feature of our real-time multi-interval optimization, and it enables us to position resources to meet a future range of net loads that can materialize. And it addresses two main issues. The first is a price formation issue, and the second is that there's uncertainty in the net load forecast. So I'll walk through the price formation issue first. That's with regards to the settlement of forecasted movement. This is the energy difference that occurs between intervals. In the picture to the right, you can see the net load at 10 o'clock in the morning is increasing to a higher net load at 10:05. We ensure that both of these net loads are transmission feasible and that we can meet them. However, in the real-time market, only one interval is financially binding. And so the remaining intervals, we do develop an advisory dispatch and an advisory price, but we do not settle those. What we observed was that if a resource was held out of merit in the binding interval, in this instance at 10 o'clock, in order to be able to ramp to interval 10:05, it would be, if it's held out of merit, that results in an opportunity cost. And that opportunity cost materializes in the energy price of net load at 10:05. However, when we run the market again, the market doesn't observe that opportunity cost being incurred, and the flexible resource is not compensated for that service that they've provided. By implementing the flexible ramping product, we were able to carve out that opportunity cost for providing that ramping capability and settle it in the binding interval. And what this ensures is that we've compensated the flexible resource for the service they're providing, that ramping capability. And from a resources perspective, they're indifferent as to whether they're scheduled for dispatch for energy in the binding interval or for the flexible ramping product, because they receive the same profit either way. The next issue that we had to address is we observed that the market would solve net load using a precise amount of ramp capability so that there wasn't any extra ramp capability being secured. And in the event that the net load came in slightly different than what was assumed in the previous market run, then you could run into instances where you have insufficient ramp capability and have to relax the power balance constraint, leading to prices at either the offer cap or the offer floor. To address this, we're holding additional ramping capability such that in both the upward and downward directions on resources, so that we can, in essence, create an envelope such that if the net load, when we run the market again for interval 10:05, if its change is within the flexible ramping up and the flexible ramping down envelope that we've created, the market has sufficient resource ramp capability to clear the market. However, our September 2019 price performance report identified that there was issues with deliverability of those resources because we don't consider the transmission system when awarding the flexible ramping up or flexible ramping down products. We move to the next slide, please. So in this example, if we award flexible ramping up products to a resource that's behind a constraint, when we run the market in the next run, we don't have the capability to increase the dispatch. So for example, as we can see here, we're flowing 500 megawatts across the transmission system. If we awarded 1 megawatt of flexible ramping up on the left side of the constraint, we would not be able to flow 501 megawatts across the system. So the purpose, what we want to do is we're adding these deployment scenarios so that we don't award the flexible ramping products where it's not deliverable. So in the upward direction, we will now ensure that energy dispatch plus flexible ramping up awards are within the transmission limits of the system. While this doesn't guarantee that you're not going to have stranded flexible ramping up in the future, what it does is it prevents the optimization from knowingly awarding it to undeliverable capacity. And it actually seeks out instances of this undeliverable capacity because to the extent that there is additional ramp capability or energy capability that can't be scheduled, it sees that as a zero-cost, cheapest way to meet the flexible ramping up requirement. We move to the next slide, please. A similar issue exists in the flexible ramping down product, where we don't want to award the flexible ramping down to a resource that's relieving a constraint. Because the way that the flexible ramping down product works is you need to have an energy dispatch in excess of your minimum operating level so that if we wanted to convert that flexible ramping down into a lower dispatch, we can move you down. However, in this instance, since it's on the right side of the constraint, that energy schedule is providing counterflow and relieving the congestion on the transmission system flowing across this element. So we wouldn't want to award the flexible ramping down because we wouldn't be able to dispatch that resource down. Otherwise, we would violate the transmission limit. So for the deployment scenario for the down product, we ensure that the energy dispatch less the flexible ramping down awards are transmission feasible. We move to the next slide, please. Another element of the flexible ramping product is that we procure it using a demand curve. And this ensures that we only maintain ramp capability to the extent that the value it provides exceeds the cost of holding that additional ramp capability as ramp and not as energy. And what this does is provide a scarcity pricing signal by gradually increasing the energy costs in those instances where we are short on a ramp capability. In essence, we don't dispatch a resource that would be economic for energy, and instead we hold it to meet the ramp capability in the future. We will be distributing these demand curves at a load aggregation point, and we made this decision to sort of balance the implementation complexity with the potential for relaxing the flexible ramping products too excessively. If we move to the next slide, there's an additional tariff clarification that we've included in this proposal with regards to the proxy demand response resources. This issue was also identified in the price performance report. It's important to note that for resources to be awarded flexible ramping products to meet uncertainty, we only make that award to resources that are 5-minute dispatchable. However, many proxy demand response resources are not dispatchable on a 5-minute basis because the real-time dispatch doesn't give sufficient notification so that they can begin their curtailment activities. So to address that, we added 2 additional bidding options for these resources, a 60-minute option and a 15-minute options, which gave significantly longer lead times as to when they would begin to have to curtail. However, in the tariff development process for those changes, the decision was made to make the default election that all PDR resources were 5-minute dispatchable. We're looking to now change that to where we assume they're all 60-minute dispatchable, and they would have to affirmatively state that they can be 5-minute dispatchable. I would note that we did do outreach to the scheduling coordinators of PDR resources, and the vast majority of them, after discussions with us, actually selected the 60 or 15 minute. So this is really just options, scheduling options. So this is really just a cleanup element. If we move to the next slide, please. So stakeholders generally support the proposed improvement to the flexible ramping product. I think there's broad agreement that the long-term goal is to get to a nodal deliverability of the flexible ramping product. But there are concerns around the implementation complexity and the software performance to implement this. I would note that through the stakeholder process, there were two areas where we made changes in response to good ideas from the stakeholder community. The first was around the deployment scenarios. We had previously proposed to basically say that uncertainty was just going to materialize at load nodes. However, drivers of uncertainty also include variable energy resources. And so as we looked at some analysis on that, we made the decision that the deployment scenario will include both load nodes and variable energy resource nodes as sources of where that uncertainty could materialize, giving a more accurate deployment scenario. The next was around the demand curve, where we had previously thought that we would relax at a balancing authority area. However, in order to avoid excess relaxation, we now move to a load aggregation point. Again, balancing that implementation complexity with avoiding excess relaxation. Lastly, the Department of Market Monitoring highlighted that there may be the need to have additional uncertainty horizons. Currently in the 15-minute market, the historical uncertainty used to develop the requirement is really about 37.5 minutes difference between what we thought the forecast would be and what actual the actual market run was. So you can see that in, for instance, our short-term unit commitment process where we look out 4 hours, it may be appropriate to have a higher requirement, recognize that the uncertainty looking out 4 hours is greater than the uncertainty looking out 37.5 minutes. This is something that we did add this to our initiative catalogs, and we'll look at it as we continue to improve and enhance the flexible ramping product. Next slide, please. So in summary, management recommends that the board approve the proposed flexible ramping product refinements. It will lead to a more efficient real-time unit commitment, reducing the need for out-of-market actions to meet that inter-hour ramp. The operators will have greater certainty that the awards that we're making for flexible ramping product are deliverable to the extent that uncertainty materializes. It will improve the pricing of flexibility by no longer awarding to undeliverable resources that have a zero opportunity cost. So we should see more instances where there is an actual price for this product. And then lastly, the deliverability of products that address uncertainty is really a key element that we need to also address for a successful day-ahead market enhancements. In that initiative, we're looking to add 2 new products, reliability capacity and imbalance reserves, to cover the uncertainty that can occur between day-ahead and real-time. We would want that to be deliverable. That's also a key element for the extended day-ahead market. The key benefit of the day-ahead market is one balancing authority area could rely on another balancing authority area to meet its reliability capacity or imbalance reserve requirements, but you would want to make sure that that was deliverable to you in the event that you needed it. Otherwise, you would need to commit your own resources, given each BA maintains their reliability responsibilities. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Don. Does the board have any comments or questions for Mr. Trethewey? And Governor Leslie, the comments of your dog are duly noted.
If I do have a mute, he was merely agreeing.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this is Angelina Gulekova, that thank you so much for looking into this and for ensuring that we have a more refined, flexible product and that we ensure deliverability, because that makes it more reliable and something that we need to be focused on moving forward as we address the issues of the Infobus duct chart and as we transition to the day-ahead market as well. So look forward to continued work on this, and thank you again.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Trethewey? We've already heard the advisory opinion from the EIM governing body, so we'll move on to the Market Surveillance Committee opinion. Operator, would you please unmute Mr. Scott Harvey's line?
Sure. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Scott Harvey. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Harvey, welcome.
Good, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Olson and board members. It's been several years since I spoke to you at a board meeting, so it's good to speak at least virtually with you today. As Don highlighted, the California ISO's FlexiRamp design has a potential to make a material contribution to maintaining flexibility and reliability by helping the ISO balance real-time variations in net load. And we can foresee that this role is going to become even more important as the WEC shifts to a resource mix that has greater reliance on intermittent resource output. And as we explained in our opinion, we support the CAISO's FlexiRamp proposal, and in particular, we support the development and implementation of the nodal delivery test. I want to make a few comments emphasizing how complicated the task is that the ISO is undertaking and why this has been difficult and will continue to be difficult. This FlexiRamp design is intended to manage uncertainty. It's a management method for dispatching the system to balance around unforecasted variations in net load that we know will occur, but we don't know when, where, how big, or how big where and when. And it's not just a matter, therefore, of developing a better optimal power flow or solving a better economic dispatch problem. It depends on, and achieving its goals depends on the system operator's ability to develop a lot of model parameters, a lot of solution methods, which constraints to include that will achieve this effect. As Don explained, there have been a number of issues in the initial implementation that precluded the design from achieving this effect, in part because this is so complicated and there's so many parts that need to be fine-tuned. And the current chain, Don talked about the most important issue, which is the lack of deliverability. And as explained in our opinion, we support the development and implementation of the nodal delivery test as a means to reduce the frequency and extent of such stranded ramp capability and to move the FlexiRamp design towards being able to carry out its envisioned role in balancing short-term variations in net load. And we agree that the method proposed by the CAISO to test deliverability, to model variations in net load, is distributed between the distributed load reference bus and the location of intermittent resource output, as one of the market participants suggested, should provide a reasonable starting point for this design. But going back to my complexity theme, I want to make sure we all recognize that this is just a modeling assumption. How well this design will perform in operation is uncertain. And how well it's doing is need to be assessed in testing and then in operation. The modeling assumption proposed by the CAISO is a reasonable starting point, but it's not truth. We don't know how well it's going to perform until we test it and observe it in operation. So there's going to be a need to assess its performance on an ongoing basis and adjust this design to achieve our goals. And that's why the Surveillance Committee recommended that the CAISO undertake some testing of the model to the extent it can on historical dispatch intervals in which large amounts of stranded generation and FlexiRamp have been identified, and try to assess whether the market is performing as intended in these cases, or whether there are issues that involving the design of the test or interactions with deliverability that need to be addressed. We don't, in reviewing the CAISO's price performance or test and the things before us, we don't see any obvious other issues, but there's still a potential for issues to become available. And these considerations are why we recommend, in addition to carrying out some testing, the CAISO try to build flexibility into the software implementation so that changes in the modeling of the location of uncertainty in net load and variations can be made after go live without long delays. I think this is a worldwide trend of people recognizing as we're dealing with uncertainty, we're not going to get it right. We have to build our software to make adjustments. It's impossible to get everything perfect on the first stroke. But we view that if the nodal test can be successfully implemented and operates as intended, it will advance the flexible design a long way towards achieving its intended role. But as Don highlighted also, it's just another step there are another number of other complexities and improvements that will be needed to achieve the goals of this initiative. The improvements will also be needed in the elements of setting the procurement targets, which is another part of this design. As DMM has indicated, we may need to make adjustments in setting targets for future rentals. There's potential need to make adjustments in the demand curve. So while this is an important first step, it's only a first step, and this is a difficult task before the CAISO over the next few years. Finally, as Don indicated, we agree that if the nodal delivery test performs as intended, it will tend to provide a more graduated price signal for rising levels of ramp scarcity, both ramp scarcity across the Western EIM and within the individual balancing areas, including California, than does the current design. So those conclude my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does the board have any comments or questions for Dr. Harvey? Okay. Hearing none, thank you very much, Dr. Harvey, and we'll move on to comments of the Department of Market Monitoring. Ryan Kurlinski is going to provide those comments today. Operator, could you please unmute his line?
Ryan, could you please press #2 on your telephone keypad? Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Ryan, go ahead, please.
All right, this is Ryan Kurlinski again, subbing in for Eric Hildebrandt, who represents the Department of Market Monitoring. Try to keep our comments really short here. This is, I think our opinion on this is pretty easy. We really strongly support the ISO's proposal on the real-time flexible ramping product enhancements. We've done a significant amount of analysis that's shown that the current implementation has resulted in flexible ramping product that's been procured, but that's been trapped up in the Northwest behind transmission. So this not considering the locational aspect of this product, it results in procuring product that can't be used and also has a chilling effect on prices. So we really strongly support the ISO going forward with this enhancement to consider the location of the flexible ramping product in real time. A lot of our comments in this initiative and other initiatives have been on kind of another enhancement that we think the ISO should consider for the flexible ramping product, which is just to better consider the uncertainty in what net load is going to be, like 1, 2, 4 hours out from the present interval. While the ISO isn't considering that in this initiative, we really appreciate that the ISO has committed to looking into that future enhancement on the flexible ramping product in a future initiative. So again, that's something for the future. In the present, we strongly support this proposal that's in front of you today. And I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Does the board have any comments or questions for DMM? Okay. Operator, are there any public commenters in the queue for this item?
I don't see anybody in the queue as of now.
Okay. Thank you, operator. Are there any final comments or questions from the board before we go to a motion? Okay, Mr. Fisher, I think we're ready for a motion.
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors approves flexible ramping product refinements proposal described in the memorandum dated September 23, 2020, and move that the ISO Board of Governors authorizes management to make all necessary and appropriate filings with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to implement the proposal described in the memorandum, including any filings that implement the overarching initiative policy that contain discrete revisions to incorporate Commission guidance and any initial ruling on the proposed tariff amendment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we'll take a vote now. I'm going to go in reverse order. Governor Leslie?
Aye.
Governor Borenstein?
Aye.
Governor Bogwat,
Aye.
Vice Chair Galetova,
Aye.
and Chair Olson.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We would like to take a break now until 1:10 p.m. So if everyone would please connect a little before 1:10 so we can begin the meeting with agenda item number 8 promptly at 1:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Greg Fisher. I'm going to take roll call now again to reconvene. Chair Olson.
Present.
Vice Chair Galetova.
Present.
Governor Bogwat.
Present.
Governor Borenstein.
Present.
And Governor Leslie.
Present.
All right, we have another quorum. Back to you, Chair.
Welcome, everyone, once again to continuation of our General Session Board meeting. We're going to begin with agenda item number 8, our decision on FERC Order 831, import bidding parameters. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Rothleader.
Thank you again, Chair Olson. Yes, this will be a proposal. It's actually a complementary or extension of the FERC 831, which is a order that was ordered by the FERC to raise the bid cap. This is complementary to that, and it addresses some import bidding and market parameters. Presenting it today will be Greg Cook, our Director of Market Policy, Executive Director of Market Policy. And as I stated earlier, Mr. Prescott has already provided his advisory opinion from the EIM governing body. Dr. Bushnell from our Market Surveillance Committee will be providing the MSC opinion. And I believe Eric Hildebrandt will be presenting for DMM on their comments on this item. With that, I will turn it over to Greg Cook.
Operator, please unmute Mr. Cook's line.
Good afternoon, Chair Olson and Governors. So I'm here today to present our decision on FERC Order 831, import bidding and market parameters. I'll start with a little background. So FERC issued Order 831 back in 2016 and requires that all the ISOs and RTOs under their jurisdiction to increase their bid caps. And this is primarily in response to the polar vortex that occurred in the northeastern United States that resulted in some extreme natural gas prices. And this brought to light that the generation costs at times might not be supported by the current $1,000 per megawatt hour bid caps. So in response to this, we made a compliance filing with FERC about a year ago, and at that time asked for a delayed implementation of FERC Order 831 to allow us time to develop some market enhancements that would better align the implementation of the order with some of the, what we would say, different characteristics of the Western grid. So next slide, please. So FERC Order 831 required the ISO to make a compliance filing to raise the energy offer cap from $1,000 to $2,000 a megawatt hour. And the order includes the requirement that generator bids above $1,000 must be verified before the market runs in order to be eligible to set energy prices. However, the order did not require verification rules for import or virtual bids above $1,000 a megawatt hour. So as I mentioned, we requested FERC defer implementation of 831 until the completion of this initiative and allow us time to implement the resulting enhancements. However, we had originally anticipated that we would be implementing Order 831 and the enhancements I'm about to talk about today in the fall of 2021. But just last week on Monday, September 21st, FERC issued an order on our compliance filing, and while they approved our compliance filing, they also ordered us to have the compliance of FERC Order 831 implemented by no later than March 21st of next year. So in response to that, we are going to strive to have these enhancements implemented concurrently with that compliance requirement from FERC as well. So the enhancements that we're proposing are targeted, again, at addressing the differences in the Western grid, including the fact that it's extremely rare to incur those high natural gas prices that were experienced in the Northeast, and a lot of that is due to the fact that natural gas and electric usage peaks in most areas at different times in the West, and that the California ISO in particular often depends heavily on import energy to meet demand. So next slide, please. So to account for these differences, the initiative addresses two topics. The first is the proposal includes provisions for when to adjust market constraint relaxation parameter prices to align with the increased energy bid cap. For example, the power balance relaxation parameter sets an administrative price when there's insufficient supply to meet demand, and this must be set higher than the highest allowable bid to ensure that all supply is scheduled before relaxing that constraint. The second provision is a price screening methodology for import bids greater than $1,000 a megawatt hour, which again we felt was a necessary additional protection due to the fact that the ISO can rely heavily at times on imports to meet demand. So next slide, please. So I'll start with the first proposed enhancement, which addresses when to use the market constraint relaxation parameters based on the $2,000 bid cap. So first, the parameter prices will remain unchanged unless the verified bid costs are above $1,000 a megawatt hour. Well, we expect this to be the case the vast majority of the time, except under extreme conditions. But in the case that the ISO does verify a bid above $1,000 a megawatt hour, then if that shortfall is less than or equal to some small threshold, the prices would be set based on the highest price cleared bid. Otherwise, if the shortfall is greater than that small threshold, prices would be set based on the new $2,000 per megawatt hour power balance constraint. And we felt it was important to put that threshold in place because the threshold protects against setting those high $2,000 shortage prices for what could potentially be modeling or forecast errors that may not reflect true supply shortages. So then we had to come up with a methodology for how we would calculate this threshold, and we came up with what's a fairly objective calculation, in that the threshold for each balancing authority area would be set based on NERC area control error limits. And I think the way to look at this is that the threshold represents the shortage amount a balancing area could incur without having a significant frequency impact on the Western interconnection. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the way that the threshold is calculated, it scales the size of the threshold to the size of the balancing authority area. So this table shows what the threshold would have been for each of the EIM balancing authority areas in 2020. So again, you can see the ISO is by far the largest at just under, where the threshold would be just under 234 megawatts. And then it goes all the way down to the balancing authority of Northern California, which would be just over 19 megawatts. Okay, next slide, please. So then moving on to our second provision. So again, given the ISO's dependence on imports, the proposal provides some additional protections for imports and virtual bids greater than $1,000 per megawatt hour, which were not covered by Order 831 by using a maximum import bid price index. So the maximum import bid price index is designed to estimate energy prices outside of the ISO and EIM. And we're proposing that it would be calculated using the maximum of the Palo Verde and Mid-Columbia bilateral on-peak hub prices. And we picked those because those are the largest, most liquid bilateral trading hubs in the Southwest and Northwest, respectively. And now these hub prices represent prices over a 16-hour block of on-peak times, and so we must shape those into hourly prices, and we're proposing to do that by using ISO market prices from the nearest high price date to shape those in that 16-hour block price into hourly prices. And then we would use that maximum import bid price index in conjunction with the highest resource verified cost to help us evaluate import and virtual bids, which I'll cover next, how we would apply that. So next slide, please. So we're proposing to apply the maximum import bid price differently to non-resource adequacy and resource adequacy imports to avoid potential disincentives for non-resource adequacy import offers during tight supply conditions. So we would use it to first screen imports, non-resource adequacy imports and virtual bids above $1,000, and then two, we would actually limit, or you could say mitigate, resource adequacy import bids above $1,000 using that maximum import bid price index. So how this would work is that first for the non-resource adequacy imports and virtual supplier bids that are greater than $1,000, we would allow those to come into the market when the ISO has determined that market conditions are such that they could support the higher bid cap. And we would determine that based on whether that maximum allowable import bid price index was greater than $1,000 per megawatt hour, or if the ISO had verified specific resources cost to be greater than $1,000 a megawatt hour. However, on the other hand, resource adequacy import bids, which are somewhat different because they have a must-offer obligation to the ISO that we receive above $1,000 a megawatt hour, would be reduced to the greater of either that highest resource-specific verified cost, the maximum allowable import bid price that we calculated, or $1,000 a megawatt hour, whichever was the highest. So next slide, please. So I think we have stakeholders generally support these additional proposals related to our compliance with Order 831. In particular, the California investor-owned utilities. I say the EIM entities here, I think it's most. PowerX had a bit of a different position. The Department of Market Monitoring and the Market Surveillance Committee generally support our pricing proposal. On the other hand, the suppliers community and the Western Power Trading Forum did not support the inclusion of the pricing threshold and would prefer to have the power balance constraint set at $2,000 a megawatt hour all the time once we implement FERC Order 831. I think similarly, PowerX supported the proposed threshold, but believed that the power balance constraint should be set to that $2,000 level whenever the supply shortage exceeded our threshold. The California Public Utilities Commission was arguing that we should do more to verify import bid prices. They also indicated that they did not support using the higher of the Palo Verde or the Mid-Columbia price to determine the maximum import bid price threshold. And then finally, we had a number of market participants that requested that the ISO take on a scarcity pricing initiative. And I can say in response to this, we agree with that, and we will be proposing a holistic scarcity pricing initiative included in our 2021 policy initiative roadmap, where we would be looking to do the policy development next year for implementation likely in the 2022 timeframe. So next slide, please. So I'll conclude with, we recommend that the board approve this proposal as it provides for appropriate shortage pricing levels that are better aligned for the Western market under the FERC mandated $2,000 per megawatt hour bid cap. And it also provides additional protections for imports and virtual bids above $1,000. It ensures that the accepted import bids are aligned with conditions outside of the ISO and EIM. And it also, we were careful to make sure that it would not discourage imports from bidding into the ISO market during tight supply conditions. So this ends my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Cook?
Yes. Greg, could you go back to slide 41, 2 slides back?
Sure.
Perfect. So there are two things I wanted to make sure I understood. One, do we allow import bids to verify their cost?
No, we don't do any cost verification for them for a couple of reasons. One is it would be we found it to be somewhat infeasible to do so because it's very difficult to identify the underlying resources that are providing the energy from an import bid. And two, for a lot of those resources, we don't have the resource characteristics on file like we do for resources internal to the ISOBA in order to be able to calculate what those costs are. So as a substitute for that, that's why we're using this maximum import bid price index.
Okay, so we don't even have it as an option if someone was an importer wanted to try to cost verify.
Right. And we do have instances where we have resource specific imports. So for those are resources where we do have that cost information. So those we would treat as resource specific imports, but for the vast majority of imports, they would be treated as non-resource specific imports.
Okay, so we do have a category of resource specific imports that can do cost verification for.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's question one. Question two is, so that second option, which is ISO has verified a specific resource's cost to be greater than 1,000, I assume that's going to be a non-import resource?
Right. That's likely if we had an internal resource that was able to demonstrate that they had costs in excess of $1,000 a megawatt hour, then that would also count because that would give us an indication that there are market conditions that could support costs greater than $1,000.
Then this is my question. Does cost here include, does it just mean input costs, actual production costs, or can it mean opportunity costs?
It's primarily marginal costs. FERC Order 831 was focused primarily on fuel costs. It wasn't really meant to address things like scarcity pricing, although, it indirectly does to some extent. But, again, that's why, we're proposing the more holistic scarcity pricing initiatives to take a, broader look at that.
I understand. Perfect. So because, it just seems to me that unless something very unusual happened, the only conceivable way I could imagine actual costs going to $1,000 is if the price of natural gas spiked really high. And that seems unlikely in the West, right?
That's correct, which is why we put, these provisions in place, because we think for the, vast majority of the time it's appropriate to keep the parameters at the levels that they are today, because, those are sufficient to cover, the expected costs in our market. But we do have these provisions in place now as ordered by FERC to ensure that in the event that we did see, extreme prices or extreme costs from natural gas in particular, that we'd be able to accommodate them. But then it also accounts for, if we did see, very high prices outside of the ISO that were being driven by costs that we're not aware of, that we could acknowledge those as well.
Okay, well, thank you. That helps a lot. It does suggest that we should make scarcity pricing a priority because,
Yeah.
But that helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Cook?
Yeah, this is Severin. Also on slide 41, actually, well, maybe it's actually earlier. I wanted to ask about the higher of Palo Verde and Mid-C, which come into the state in very different locations. And so if there's congestion, I could see how the price of the higher up could potentially, well, first of all, if the prices are very different, then that's saying something about congestion right away. And secondly, if you could end up having a much higher price index, say, being applied to a Southern California gen due to a mid-C high price, wouldn't you? And isn't that a potential problem?
You could, but again, what we were trying to do here is, identify whether market conditions outside of the ISO, whether it be, north or south, could support prices above $1,000 a megawatt hour. And in that case, then we would set the parameter prices up to 2,000, which would allow us to then, accept bids up to that level. We wouldn't necessarily be clearing bids up to 2,000 if there was much lower prices, say on the northern part of the system. We would allow them to submit those $2,000 bids, but they may not clear. But on the other hand, we would want to make sure we wouldn't want to be potentially cutting off supply that we may need from those imports during those tight supply conditions that could be necessary to have that higher bid cap in place.
Yeah, but I guess I still, it seems that this is sort of a, not a very precise price index if we're taking the maximum of two very different locations. Have you done sort of historical analysis using this rule and looked at what it would have presented?
We did not, but I'm sorry.
Very different than the other?
We had not, but the Department of Market Monitoring did, and I know they have comments here coming up shortly.
Okay,
but,
maybe I should wait on it.
But I think the general answer is, we would expect it to be very rare where these bilateral trading prices would be, high enough to exceed $1,000 a megawatt hour. And in fact, I don't think we had seen it for quite some time until the events that we saw of the tight supply conditions in August. So, I think it's very unlikely, unusual for that to occur. But again, I think in our view, what we wanted to ensure was that we were not going to discourage import bids during tight supply conditions. So we wanted to give some certainty that, if there's conditions outside of the ISO or EIM that would potentially support those higher prices, that we would allow those bids to come into our market. Because again, it's a priority of making sure that the supply is available versus, down prices for some reason.
Okay. My other question was on verifying costs. Is this something, how practical is it to do a cost verification in this time frame? Or is this something that's done well, no, it's got to be done ex ante if it's going to set the market.
Yeah, it has to be done ex ante. Yeah, it's practical for us to do with the, we just recently, and that's why we tied our compliance filing with our commitment cost enhancements filing, our CCDEVI filing, which put in place new provisions for that would have a new process for resources to provide us with cost updates on particularly on fuel costs that they're incurring that we can update, relatively quickly ex ante before the market. So those bids for internal generators, where we have all of their underlying cost information, we can do that.
So they report their gas costs, and we can verify their gas costs in hours?
We have certain requirements of information that they have to apply. They have to provide us with to verify that they're incurring the gas costs that they say. And once they do, then we have the underlying generator characteristics, such as their heat rates, that we're able to calculate the cost.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Cook? Hearing none, thank you, Greg. We'd like to go on to the Market Surveillance Committee opinion. Operator, would you please unmute the line for Jim Bushnell?
Please press pound 2.
All right, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Bushnell, welcome.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to run through the MSC opinion and I think follow up on some of the discussion we've just had. Let me start by providing a little context because I am going to talk about scarcity pricing in about half my time, and it's worth, I think, highlighting that 831 was not an order about scarcity pricing. It was an order intended to accommodate situations where marginal costs had risen above the default bid caps that had been in place in electricity markets, and wanted to avoid situations where there was a blanket offer cap that was below the actual plausible cost of supplying electricity. So it was not explicitly about scarcity pricing, but in the context or the process of putting together how to implement this, these questions inevitably came up and opened a bunch of cans of worms that I think are better dealt in another stakeholder process. That we need to address some aspects of scarcity pricing because the penalty values need to be adjusted at least as high as the highest bid. That's just mechanically the only sensible way to try to implement higher bids. And then also, as we had this discussion, there are questions about exactly what is the marginal cost of supply for into a place like CAISO if there is scarcity or near scarcity or very high opportunity costs in other parts of the West that may be influencing the willingness to supply, if not the literal marginal cost to supply into CAISO. And that forced us to think, I think, a little bit more about these questions of how opportunity costs interact with marginal costs than Eastern ISOs had to, because they all share jurisdictions with each other and they were all doing more explicit cost verifying of specific units. As Greg said, there's two aspects to the proposal. We've got this conditions under which we would allow offer prices above $1,000, and there's a couple different triggers for a couple different types of supply sources. And then there's the second aspect, which is how to incorporate those high offer prices into the price setting process, which requires that we raise the penalty values at least during periods when high offer prices are allowed. There was a bit of back and forth about whether we should be raising them just all the time, and as I'll get to, that's probably a discussion best left for a scarcity pricing initiative. So just a couple punchlines from the opinion. We do support the opinion, or sorry, we do support the opinion. We support the proposal. It's necessary to comply with FERC's order. It's also, I think, a very helpful step forward on a couple dimensions. It makes improvements on scarcity pricing. I think it does make some adjustments that we didn't think were going to be very likely to arise, but in the middle of all of this process, we had the August heat wave, and it did raise these issues and make them much more, I think, pressing. So we do think that this proposal is a useful step forward. We also caveated our support for the scarcity pricing ideas in this proposal as an interim improvement over current practice, but we were amongst the people strongly urging the CAISO to undertake a more holistic scarcity pricing initiative. So this is not necessarily our idealized version of how scarcity pricing might work, but it's definitely an improvement and something, and I think any further refinements or major adjustments really are best dealt with in a process that is explicitly focused on scarcity pricing. I'll talk just for a second about the setting bids above $1,000 point. As we just had the discussion, there are two types of units. There are the ones for which we're doing these market power screens and the CC commitment cost screens rather routinely in the process of market power mitigation. And for those, it's just natural to roll the same methods we've been using for that process into this bid screening when those sorts of calculations show costs rising above $1,000. We can verify that. We can call that a verified bid. The tricky part is unspecified imports where we don't know where the source of the energy is, and that's what forced the proposal to use these index prices as a proxy for what we think of as the going rate of electricity outside of really the CAISO and the EIM system. And that's where the proposal seems to do the best that we can imagine wanted to highlight, it's not necessarily perfect. There are these challenges in mapping a 14-hour block of prices to an individual hour that might have a price above $1,000. We really didn't anticipate seeing a bilateral price above $1,000. The question was more that if the bilateral price was in the $500 range for 14 or 16 hours, then that probably implies for a couple of those hours, hours 19, 20, that prices really are implicitly well above $1,000. And it was really how to make that adjustment from an average over a whole block of hours to an hour-by-hour calculation in the CAISO. And that's where these shaping factors come in. We're going to basically use the hour-by-hour ratio of a CAISO price in the day-ahead market to the average over the same hourly blocks as our shaping factor. The opinion has a couple pictures of this. One thing to note is that the shape of prices over the course of a day gets much more extreme whenever we have high prices. So the hour 19, 20 prices in the CAISO relative to the average for the day are just much higher on days where the peak prices are high than they are normally. And there were a couple ideas kicked around for trying to deal with that. Eventually, it was settled on just using the most recent day. It's timely, but it will be a relatively volatile metric, I think. So my instinct is that it may understate the peak shape, at least on the first day of a sequence of heat rates or a sequence of really high demand days during a heat wave. It may overstate it on the last day, too, because it's basically using the previous day's shape to try to match this average to a peak price. It was easier for us to find things to criticize about the proposal than to come up with any better ideas, though. So we couldn't really think of an improvement over this method. I believe Eric might talk a little bit about the index itself. There are some issues that came up really after we finished the opinion about exactly how liquid this index was, particularly during the August heat wave. But again, there doesn't seem to be a better alternative for trying to measure the going price of electricity outside of the known sources. On the penalty values, the interesting thing about this discussion was that people had all sorts of different definitions of what scarcity was, what the penalty should be, and it became clear that there were some important issues to work through, like even what is scarcity, what's the definition, that there were fundamental differences about that I think we need to try to resolve in a more holistic way. This current proposal essentially kind of finds a middle ground. One version of scarcity is if the energy market runs out of bids and we're not dipping into reserves at all, then that's scarcity. Another version is we've used up all our reserves, we're about to have to load shed, and only then do we call it scarcity. This proposal is sort of somewhere in the middle of those two things, and that seems very reasonable. There's disagreements over exactly how high the price should go and where it should start, where it should end under those conditions. But I think most people recognize that there are degrees of scarcity, and ideally prices would rise in some more continuous way as we get scarcity becoming more severe. There were a couple EIM-specific issues that came up. I think those were eventually worked through. So again, I'll just summarize that we do think this is an important step forward. We also think there's a fair amount of work to do on the scarcity pricing issue in the future. So I'll move back and take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bushnell. Are there any questions from the board?
So can you just please explain what you mean by penalty parameter?
These are when you're solving for the market solution, there are constraints that are often thought of as binding constraints, and the power balance one is the most natural one. Supply has to equal demand, and that just has to be met. But sometimes when they run the market price, and if you just think of this as just a computer science issue, if there isn't enough supply to meet demand, then they've got to somehow let the thing reach a solution. And the way that's done is by relaxing that constraint and allowing the price to reach some level and allowing demand to exceed supply by some amount. And so the penalties come into play to make sure that when these constraints are relaxed, they're not done willy-nilly. They're done only under severe conditions. And in essence, the penalty parameter determines both the scarcity price implicitly and how costly things have to be before you're going to allow this supply-demand equality parameter to be relaxed. And there are other parameters too, but I think, at least for me, the most intuitive one is that power balance constraint.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Severin. So I agree there isn't a simple solution to this opportunity cost price issue. Does MSC have an opinion on this higher of Palo Verde or Mid-C?
I agree. I see that argument. To me, it comes down to what the risks of making it of erring on the too high versus too low side. So I think what Greg was trying to articulate is this trigger is essentially trying to set is it plausible to think that there's supply out there that really needs to have at least $1,000 price in order to be willing to sell to us? And in that sense, if the answer is yes, then we allow offer prices to rise above $1,000. But that doesn't mean they will. It just means that there is a maximum limit that is raised. In fact, during the August heat wave, I haven't seen the data as much as others, but my memory is that there are import bids coming in from the Northwest that were well below the offer cap of 1,000. Even when we were seeing prices over 1,000 in the South. And that's a signal that, people were actually bidding below the maximum allowed level even under those conditions. So it is really just how to set this maximum. And in that sense, I think that the spirit was to err on the side of allowing higher bids. This isn't a market power screen. This is more of just a plausibility screen. And then allow, if the market is truly competitive, then the offer and the maximum price is too generous, then we will see prices below that maximum allowed level.
Providing it's competitive, yeah. And what did the MSC look into liquidity issues at all, or think about concerns about liquidity at these trading hubs?
Again, we don't. At least I don't have access to these kind of data. So we became aware of these questions that were raised after we wrote the opinion. There are definitely concerns, although I've heard different takes on exactly how the liquidity is defined at those hubs. It seems to be, I'm not sure if anyone's disputed whether this is the most liquid. There were some interesting points that DMM raised about the SNL price being very different than the ICE price, and whether the SNL price is sort of a superset of that. I think I'd want to know more about what the other components feeding into that SNL price were to know how much to make out of that. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly an issue, but I don't have much more visibility over that than we had when we wrote the opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Bushnell? Hearing none, thank you very much, Jim, and we'll go on to the Department of Market Monitoring comment. Operator, please unmute the line for Eric Hildebrand.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome, Eric.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Good afternoon. So the Department of Market Monitoring supports the final proposal as a very reasonable approach to comply with FERC Order 831. As a quick reminder, the FERC Order 831, it goes back, I think, at least 3 years now. So it has been quite a while since it did come out, and I think it was about 2 years ago after FERC Order 831 came out, DMM did start to raise concerns about the future potential for system market power, both in the ISO system and throughout the West. And one of our first recommendations, I think it was actually our first one, was don't do anything to exacerbate that potential in the way that FERC Order 831 was implemented or might be implemented. So for that reason, and our proposal specifically, we encourage ISO to develop a process for subjecting import and virtual bids over $1,000 to cost review before allowing these to set market clearing prices. This was something FERC said could be added or incorporated in complying with 831. So the ISO's initial compliance filing last year did not do that. We opposed that. The initial filing would have simply raised the penalty price to $2,000 and the bid caps for imports and virtual bids to $2,000 all hours. We think that would have exacerbated not only market power, but just the potential for kind of spurious $2,000 price spikes, related that were not really reflective of actual system conditions in the ISO or the EIM. So this proposal, it does address that recommendation by establishing a process for subjecting these bids over $1,000 to cost review in order to allow them to set the price. I will remind you that under 831, bids can still be accepted over $1,000, and they can apply for ex post cost justification and recovery. So it's essentially a soft cap. So then turning now to some of the analysis we did that has been mentioned. So our analysis was pretty recent, and the reason for that is prior to mid-August of this year, day-ahead bilateral electricity prices just had not reached levels that would have triggered any of the provisions in the ISO proposal for allowing bids to set market clearing prices over $1,000. We really had our first experience of this starting mid-August and early September of this year. So we did hurry to analyze this. We did see this as a valuable exercise to go through. So we did essentially a backcast of the ISO's proposal as we understood it, in terms of which indexes would be used, how the prices would be shaped, etc. And I think it was a valuable exercise. It really, I think, was valuable and confirmed some things for us, and it did highlight some new issues that have been mentioned. But taking a step back, I think in big picture, the analysis showed that the provisions, would be triggered really only under extraordinary circumstances. I think the analysis showed that the provisions of the proposal would have been triggered about 6 days during the recent heat waves, and a total of only, I think, about 24 hours over those 6 or 7 days. So again, it did, compared to having penalty prices and bids to 2,000 all hours, it really did do, if you step back, a good job of narrowing that down a lot. And that by itself does provide a lot of market power mitigation. And so the analysis, I think it also did highlight a couple potential limitations of the current approach, both of which really stem from the need to rely on day-ahead bilateral price data as a way of assessing market conditions outside of California in the broader Western market. And, unfortunately, there is no better alternative that's been identified at this time to using these prices. So that was kind of a known issue going in. Second, I think, so related to that, the first issue I think we did kind of know is because these prices are day ahead, they can often not be reflective of real-time conditions, and that can work both ways. That prices can the prices used to set the bid caps could be much higher than might be warranted by real-time conditions, and they could be lower in some cases than might be based on real-time conditions. And then second, I think what was more of a new insight, which is we did look on those peak critical days. I think 3 of the days that the Palo Verde prices were very that were trading on ice. We understand that would be the primary source of information the ISO might rely on, was relatively illiquid, and by that I mean 4 or 5 trades by 4 or 5 entities that would be setting those prices. So based on that, we have suggested that the ISO may need to establish some criteria for determining when sufficient bilateral price data may be available or sufficient to calculate the import bid price thresholds. And we're hoping that something could be handled as part of the implementation, perhaps in the business practice manual. And finally, while the current proposal is a significant improvement over the prior ISO's compliance filing, we do recommend the ISO continue to consider numerous aspects and implications of the proposal as a more comprehensive review, which includes not only scarcity pricing, but also ongoing initiatives and PUC proceedings relating to resource adequacy and system market power mitigation. All of these are connected and are affected by the provisions of the ISO's proposal on 831. For example, allowing resource adequacy resources now instead of essentially a call option that's limited at $1,000. Now that's up to a $2,000 resource adequacy imports under the current rules could still bid above $1,000 and still receive $200 or $2,000 market clearing prices. So it does change the nature of resource adequacy. That is something that's already being examined. I think the value of resource adequacy capacity on imports is being examined, and we hope that the policy established here as far as the cap that's applied to resource adequacy imports shouldn't be viewed as preventing or precluding other changes being discussed, which really kind of work in the counter direction in terms of limiting maybe prices and ensuring the deliverability of resource adequacy imports under more conditions. Finally, I think our understanding is that ISO is going to try very hard and expect it will be able to implement these by the new spring deadline that FERC has set for 831 compliance rather than next fall. And given the limited nature of these provisions, it seems to us they should be implementable by the spring deadline. And we think this is very important to do before next summer. Market conditions this summer have highlighted the very real possibility for areas of WEC outside the ISO to have tight supply conditions, which may result in some hours of potential supply shortages, as well as many hours of potential system and region-wide market power. And so we hope these conditions will continue to be limited to a relatively few amount of hours. The potential clearly, I think, exists for even more extended periods of such conditions next summer. So again, we really hope this can be implemented, these provisions, by spring of 2021 before next summer. So thanks for your time today to provide our input, and I'm glad to stay on and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Are there questions for Dr. Hildebrandt?
Yeah, Eric, this is Ash. I do have a question for you. When high prices are caused by scarcity rather than input prices, won't there always be a lack of liquidity at these exchanges? Like, isn't that almost inevitable?
Yeah, when there's true scarcity, that's correct.
Yeah. Like December.
Well, now, actually, it's unclear. I guess I would point out, that actually, beyond the situation in the ISO, there's limited indications of true scarcity during the recent period, and definitely not on all the days and hours where these provisions would have kicked in and allow bids up to $2,000. So I think you get, and we've done analysis before. I guess our kind of rule of thumb, or some of the analysis we did, is for every hour of potential scarcity, you can have dozens of hours where supply conditions are tight. They're not scarcity, they're tight, and there's significant market power, but not true scarcity. So, you're correct, but, I think the markets also get very illiquid before you get true scarcity, and but you do have significant market power.
This is Severin. I'm not sure I agree. There certainly are commodity markets where you see big spikes in prices and I'm not sure we're using the word scarcity very precisely, but where there's clearly a very big demand level relative to supply, and you have plenty of trades. Liquidity is just trades, and the trades are purely moving the commodity from a lower value to a higher value usage. And I don't think that necessarily declines when you have scarcity. There's not enough to go around in total, but it can still get reallocated through the market. So, but I am worried about scarcity, and I'll jump in since Eric, did you or Greg, did anyone talk? These are both ICE markets, right? Palo Verde and Mid-C. And did anyone talk to ICE about this and about concerns about the potential for market manipulation? History isn't a great guide because in the past, nobody had any additional money at stake moving the price in those markets. And what we're now setting up is a system where entities might be able to make more money by manipulating the prices in these markets, where on some days there are as few as 4 or 5 trades.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have the Department of Market Monitoring. We did intervene in the FERC proceedings. So all of on the 2 days when there were bilateral prices over $1,000, those are subject to cost justification before FERC. They're bilateral trades outside of the ISO. They're not under our jurisdiction, but they will go through a cost review process by FERC. So we have intervened in that proceeding, and we pointed out to FERC, we did ask them that they review the $1,500 prices on these days, and pointed out that, in fact, the ICE, and that was the basis of our intervening, was that these price indices are used and clearly do have an impact on the California ISO markets and the EIM. So
I guess I'm not understanding.
Yeah. So they're under FERC jurisdiction. Yeah. So I think the answer there is I feel like the best we can do is encourage FERC to perform that kind of review.
Wait, you're saying the ICE futures markets are under FERC jurisdiction?
Yeah, they're not under the ISO. They're under FERC and the CFTC jurisdiction.
Well, I know they're under CFTC, but I didn't think prices in a market like, I thought FERC regulated bilateral trades, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, well, these are bilateral. They are physical. They're physical trades. They are physical trades, so I know FERC believes it certainly monitors and looks at ICE.
But did anyone contact ICE or talk to anyone at ICE about their concerns or any potential concerns about this? And Greg, if you're on, because, I mean, I was shocked at how small the volume was in these locations, and I just want to get out ahead of the thinking of a potential trader who sees money to be made by a wash trade at one of these locations in order to drive up the allowable price. Okay, I guess that's a no. Nobody.
Yeah, well, we haven't reached out, but I think that's what we were suggesting. What, this analysis, it's new. This is very recent. I think that was one of the takeaways for us. And when we say, further thought and consideration of this, I think is needed. That's, along the lines of what we were envisioning might occur.
Yeah, and I'm not offering a great alternative either. I'm just expressing concern. I understand that.
This is Mark. We did not contact ICE on that matter. I guess as part of our filing, we can point this out. But FERC does have a criteria about liquidity for application of use of indices, and if they want to give us guidance on that, clarifying guidance on that, we can certainly receive it. But I think their liquidity is over a longer period of time, if I'm not mistaken. Greg or Eric?
Yeah, my understanding is that it's a average over prior 30 days or something. So on these days, it wouldn't have met individually. It wouldn't have met their measure for liquidity, but on average, ICE does meet the measure for liquidity because on other days the volumes are much higher, multiple times higher than on some of these days.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Dr. Hildebrand? I do believe we have some public comment on this. Operator, could you unmute the line of the first commenter?
Caller, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Rubin. I am the Federal Energy Policy Director for NV Energy. On behalf of NV Energy, Arizona Public Service, Idaho Power, Pacific Corp, Portland General Electric, and Puget Sound Energy, we wanted to thank the ISO staff for their hard work in crafting a well-balanced proposal, and we respectfully urge its approval by the Board of Governors. In particular, these EI amenities support the determination to retain the power balance constraint penalty price at $1,000 per megawatt hour in the vast majority of intervals where there is no cost-justified bid above that level. Absent the improvements reflected in this proposal, the penalty price will increase to $2,000 per megawatt hour at all times on March 21st, 2021. Staff's proposal remedies this situation by ensuring that the $2,000 per megawatt hour level is only triggered in times reflecting tighter supply and would justify these extremely high prices. And we hope the proposal can be implemented by the March 21st, 2020 date, and thank the ISO staff for their efforts in that regard. And we thank you for this opportunity to make these comments in favor of the proposal.
Thank you very much for those comments. We really appreciate it. Operator, are there other commenters in the queue?
Yes, one other.
Please unmute the line.
Caller, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Eric Little from Southern California Edison for a second time here. While we generally support the proposal, we hear that there's some inadequacies with regard to the fact that FERC has this $1,000 WEC-wide soft offer cap in place, and it's been discussed a little bit, but let me be a bit more explicit about it. With FERC, we have an ex-post mechanism, and the ISO is developing an ex-ante mechanism. So the problem that we have is that when the ISO does this triggering and starts shaping these prices, if they were to see what we saw in the August heat wave events, they would have up to $17.50 being bid at Palo Verde, and then shaping that price into the ISO's market, which is going to establish potentially a large number of hours in that 16-hour block that are above the $1,000, opening it up to a $2,000 price cap. It could very well be that after the fact, when FERC does the research on that $17.50, that they disallow it. And now the ISO has established a price cap and could have cleared prices inside of its market that wouldn't have otherwise been triggered because of that. We think, therefore, a reasonable methodology for this then would be to cap that cap the shaping at $1,000, i.e., if the price came in at Palo Verde at 1,001, the ISO would use $1,000 for its shaping. This would still result in certain hours having prices above $1,000 because of the shaping and would open up that price cap to 2,000. But relying upon an index price elsewhere where we don't know quite frankly, whether or not that price is going to hold, we don't think it's a reasonable effort to go through then and shape prices in the ISO to potentially very high levels without any sort of an after-the-fact review that FERC has on the West-wide. If ultimately FERC were to remove that $1,000 soft offer cap in the West, then shaping prices above 1,000 would be perfectly acceptable under that set of circumstances. So we would encourage you to make that one, frankly, fairly minor change from an implementation standpoint, recognizing that it's a significant change from a policy standpoint. I get that. I don't really like bringing this to you without having gone through a stakeholder process, but honestly, these were facts that were not in evidence until we saw the August and September events, and I'll close by noting that I'm not sure that the market in general realized that there was a FERC WEC-wide cap, because the events in August being very similar to the events in September, we saw prices up to $17.50 at Palo Verde during the August event, and did not see prices at the trading hubs above $1,000 during the September event. Allowing this process to play out at FERC to determine what's going to happen there is going to be very beneficial, and in the meantime, putting a process in place whereby the ISO does not shape anything when the price is does not shape above $1,000 when that price in the trading hub is above 1,000 seems to be a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Is there any comment on that?
Yeah, this is Mark Rossiter. I understand the perspective and what we're trying to balance here. I think at this point, the risk is that if you the prices are really that high and supply is going for that much in the West, doing the $1,000 limitation, as Eric suggested, may end up causing us to limit our ability to access supply. So at this point, I would recommend not doing that and see how this plays out. We certainly will try to address the liquidity concerns about the indices, but I think putting a $1,000 limit up front, I think, is too risky at this point.
Mark, this is Ash. I agree with you. I think that the need to make sure bids are coming in when sort of times are stressed is the paramount thing. But I assume you guys will be keeping a close eye on the indices to make sure that they reflect some sort of reality.
Absolutely, and we will keep an eye on that. And as I said, I think we can raise that concern and at FERC about the potential low liquidity of these indices and what should be done or what could be done in terms of guidance about that. But I think that's a better approach at this point. Thank you.
This is Severin. Eric.
Go ahead, Severin.
Eric, I got a little lost. Did you suggest that there were actually trades at these hubs for 16 hours at $17.50?
That is what I have seen. I have seen published prices from them at $17.50 during the August event. There have been filings at FERC to extend the deadline to cost justify those.
Okay, and those were for 16 hours, and these are blocks.
That is my understanding, correct?
Wow, that's quite amazing. And my understanding, and maybe Mark or Greg can address this, is that the ratio, this shaping ratio for the peak hours is well over 2 to 1 in the peak days. At least the pictures always look that way. In which case, for the peak hours, if you're getting to $1,000, you're already hitting $2,000. If you're getting $1,000 for the 16-hour, you're already hitting $2,000 for the peak hours. So the relevance of this would be in the shoulders around those peaks. Is that an accurate understanding?
I think that's an accurate understanding. That even with the ratio, the shaping ratio, we would never go above $2,000. So yes, I think you're correct.
Huh. Okay. Thank you.
Mark, this is Mary. Just a quick question. Sorry, Dave. That information Edison just provided, are you hearing it for the first time now, or are you aware of it?
I was not aware that there was a 1750 bid for the entire block. So I guess I'm hearing it for the first time here. I knew the index was above $1,000 for periods of time. So.
Operator, we believe that there are others that would like to comment. Could you please explain to people how they get in the queue to express their desire to comment?
Yes. To comment, press #2 on your telephone keypad. At that point, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. And at that time, please go ahead and state your name. Again, pressing #2 on your telephone keypad will indicate that you would like to speak. We do have 2 hands raised currently. Going to the next caller. You have been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Great. This is Scott Ranzel with Pacific Gas Electric Company. I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment today on the CAISO's FERC 831 proposal. PG&E wants first to offer acknowledgement and appreciation of the CAISO's efforts to reach a solution for this implementation, included with the CAISO proposed items, and recognizes that the CAISO is required to address this order. CAISO's proposal is definitely a better solution compared to simply just raising the bid cap to a $2,000 a megawatt hour number, and the CAISO's proposal around parameter prices remaining unchanged unless verified by bid costs above $1,000 is a great first step. PG&E definitely appreciates the use of the threshold value in addition before setting that price up to $2,000. Much like some of the comments you've heard today, we think these are important steps in the way this is implemented. PG&E would like to note that the changes proposed here, while required, don't provide a solution to the recent power shortage challenges that many folks have been talking about, and PG&E believes and supports the CAISO's efforts around a comprehensive review, not only of the changes required for 831, but scarcity pricing and impact that is also felt in the resource adequacy and the resource adequacy enhancements effort that is underway at the ISO currently. These changes have an impact on resource adequacy and scarcity pricing, and they require an in-depth evaluation and potentially incremental changes to the treatment described here today in the future. Where PG&E is definitely encouraged that the CAISO is taking up consideration of scarcity pricing and appreciates that we'll approach it in a holistic manner to make sure that the market is looked at and not inadequately impacted or impacted ineffectively by one decision that counters an effort for another. One of the concerns on the PG&E front really is around raising the bid cap during the $2,000 for a scarcity period in the bilateral markets that can also have a $1,000 price, as we just talked about and Eric commented on. Really creates an issue that might be labeled as chasing pricing. and challenges the design and intent of the resource adequacy program, and we'd like to see all of that addressed holistically across these three efforts for sure. Thank you for your opportunity to speak today and comment in support of the proposed change being requested here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And operator, would you go to the next commenter, please?
Please go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Oh, hi. This is Greg Cook. I've been trying to get in for a while now to answer some of your earlier questions. Want me to chime in, or if you want to go back to the public commenters?
Go for it, Greg.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to make a few comments. I just want to remind everybody, we picked the Palo Verde and Mid-C indices because those are the most liquid indices in the West, and we do believe that they meet FERC's policy on market issues, I think, is measured over, the liquidity over a 90-day period. Furthermore, I would argue that all we're really testing for is whether we have market conditions outside of California and the EIM that could support a price above $1,000. So when you start to get into magnitudes above that, it doesn't really matter, because if it's above 1,000, then we're going to allow bids in up to 2,000. And again, I think that's appropriate, particularly during scarcity, because we want to ensure that we have the ability to compete for those supplies outside of the ISO on an equal to other entities. And, because the value of lost load is well in excess of $2,000 a megawatt hour. It's probably in excess of $10,000 a megawatt hour. So, I think in those kinds of conditions, it's an appropriate response. And, finally, in response to the comments that we need to consider in the other initiatives, we will be doing that. We are considering how this might impact system market power mitigation. We've already mentioned we're having this whole holistic initiative. And for the resource adequacy enhancements that have been noted, we are considering that as well. We do have more strict import revisions that we're proposing in that initiative, particularly trying to get more resource-specific requirements for imports coming in, RA imports coming in, to ensure that, those are not made up of speculative capacity, that type of thing. But again, those are capacity products, and, we do encourage the LSC to do energy hedging as well through contracting to help, protect themselves against when we do have these high price, scarcity pricing type conditions. So, I'll leave it at that.
Operator, are there any other people wishing to comment in the queue?
We do not have any others in the queue currently. Again, pressing #2 on your telephone keypad will indicate that you'd like to leave a comment, #2. Not seeing any other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, operator. Any final comments from the board before we go to a motion?
Thank you very much for the overview. This was extremely useful, and this item ensures that we align with the FERC order and the mandate for the $2,000 a megawatt bid cap. And I'm really looking forward to the more holistic approach with the policy regarding scarcity pricing, because although this may not be the most perfect of all proposals, it looks like there isn't a lot to criticize on it. So we've got the best that we can go forward with, and we'll continue to refine it next year with the policy on scarcity pricing. So thank you all.
This is Severin. I guess I'm going to support this. I think we have to do this, but I am concerned about these trading hubs, and there is a long history of manipulating prices that are used as indexes for other markets. And Greg's comment actually didn't relieve my concerns, since it actually, I think, means that there will have an incentive to manipulate these prices at the trading hubs, even when they're well below 1,000, if they could potentially push a specific hour once the shaping's done above 1,000. So I just, want to say let's keep an eye on that, and I would encourage you to actually talk to the folks at ICE and look at how they think about potential wash trades and other market manipulation.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors approves the FERC Order Number 831 Import Bidding and Market Parameters Proposal described in the memorandum dated September 23, 2020, and move that the ISO Board of Governors authorizes management to make all necessary and appropriate filings with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to implement the proposal described in the memorandum, including any filings that implement the overarching initiative policy but contain discrete revisions to incorporate Commission guidance in any initial ruling on the proposed tariff amendments. Do we have anybody to move?
Also move.
So,
And second?
I'll second.
Okay, I'll take a vote. Go in reverse order again. Governor Leslie?
Aye.
Governor Borenstein?
Aye.
Governor Bagwad?
aye.
Vice Chair Galetova?
Aye.
And Chair Olson?
Aye.
All right, unanimously passed. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We'll move to agenda item number 9, decision on maximum import capability stabilization. Turn this over to Neil Miller.
Before that, Chair Olson, I just wanted to acknowledge for the board that the board has received copies of a letter regarding this item from the California Municipal Utilities Association. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Neil.
Please press pound 2. Sorry. Please press pound 2.
Sorry about that. Microphone malfunction. Thank you, Chair Olson. First, I'd just like to offer a few comments before I turn this over. The decision item that we're bringing forward reflects the efforts over the past year to improve our process for allocating and assessing the maximum import capabilities that are used for resource adequacy purposes. These do not affect market transactions. And the effort focuses on a few specific opportunities that have been identified to improve our processes for stakeholders who in particular wanted to explore some longer-term contracts for out-of-state resources. So now I'll turn it over to Jeff Billington, our Director of Transmission Infrastructure Planning, who will walk through the presentation.
Please go
Operator,
ahead.
could you?
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair Olson and members of the board. As Neil indicated, I'll be presenting the decision item on the maximum import capability multi-year proposal. Next slide. In the review of the current processes to allocate the maximum import capability and how to assign it, we identified 2 changes to improve the opportunities to import capacity used for resource adequacy purposes. The first change did not require board action and has already been implemented through the changes to the appropriate business practice manual. The changes provide for overall higher and more stable year-to-year results. This was achieved by revising the draw samples from 5 years of historical data as to what was currently used or previously used as to the 2 last years in establishing the maximum import capability. The second change that we identified is the subject of this decision, proposing tariff changes to allow establishing multi-year rights for import capability to enable multi-year contracting for specific import paths. Next slide, please. The proposal creates opportunities for load-serving entities to lock maximum import capability for multiple years at import path levels. The proposal does follow the current allocation of import capability among load-serving entities at the import path level. And the proposal will allow load-serving entities to lock a portion, up to 75% of their yearly allocations, for specific import paths through the term of their resource adequacy contracts by demonstrating applicable contracts to the ISO. And it also includes mechanisms to manage if the load-serving entities year-ahead allocation falls below the previous year's total locked up amount. Next slide, please. The proposal also includes associated improvements for the yearly allocation process. Just a second. It includes improvements from the yearly allocation process. There's two areas that it identified these additional improvements, and that was in the area of transparency and fairness. With respect to transparency, the proposal makes public for each of the import path scheduling points the load-serving entity holder, the locked-up amounts, and the expiration year. And with respect to fairness, the proposal includes an enhancement to assure equitable treatment of the load-serving entities. Next slide, please. To lock the maximum import capability, the proposal is that new contracts should be associated with specific import resources. This is consistent with the proposed import resource adequacy rules and maintains an alignment with the Resource Adequacy Enhancements Initiative must-offer obligation rules. And in addition, the proposal also aligns with stakeholder comments to develop mechanisms to ensure capacity outside California to support ISO load will be available and accessible to the ISO on the same basis as capacity in the ISO's balancing area. Next slide. Regarding applicable contract resources, a phased implementation is proposed with the tariff to be able to provide flexibility for the conditions placed on the import resources to be refined in the business practice manual. And initially, only contracts for pseudo-ties and dynamic schedules will suffice to lock maximum import capability for the resource adequacy year 2022, and then for resource adequacy year 2023 and beyond. Other types of resources, specific resources, may be added as long as they meet the revised business practice manual and the tariff. Next slide, please. As Neil indicated, stakeholder consultation was conducted from December 2019 to August 2020, allowing for significant stakeholder engagement. At the end of the stakeholder process, the overall majority of stakeholders have expressed support with caveats for the proposal, and with the added phased approach addressing some of the caveats that were identified. So in conclusion here, the proposal to lock up the maximum import capability for multi-years at the import path level supports improved contracting by being responsive to a majority of load-serving entities, being simple and efficient to implement, being sufficiently flexible to manage load migration concerns, and provide a framework for load-serving entities to manage their risks. And with that conclude and see if there's questions.
Are there questions for Mr. Billington? As we heard, we've received a public comment letter on this from California Municipal Utilities Association. Operator, are there any commenters in the queue who want to talk to this issue?
You have one hand raised.
Please proceed.
Chair Olson, this is Tony Braun. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Thank you very much. Chair Olson, welcome. Thank you. Board of Governors, before diving into Nick, I'd like to first, of course, thank Steve for his long service at the ISO. Something that we take for granted is I think that the ISO has been very fortunate to have stable and capable leadership for a number of years, and we should never take that for granted. And I think we've established a standard here that we need to maintain. If you came up, I think, with a hypothetical plaque on the wall for Steve, it might say something along the lines of, he accomplished greater Western market collaboration when everyone else failed. And I think Steve might say to that, well, it takes more than two to tango, and there were others that helped out, and of course those things are true. But at the same time, I feel quite confident in saying that others were whispering in his ear that it was a fool's errand, but he didn't listen to those people, and they were wrong. He was right, and we're all better for it. So thank you, Steve, for all your contributions. And Mr. Mainzer, welcome back to California. Into MIC. CMUA supports the methodology changes that are being proposed and that Jeff just described. The reasons for our comments here and expressed in a letter are more comprehensive in nature. MIC is an administrative construct that attempts to allocate import capability into the CAISO balancing authority area because that amount is not an infinite number. It's a 13-step administrative process, and I'm tempted to say that's all you need to know to say maybe it needs reexamination. But suffice it to say it's really cumbersome. It's old. It's about 15 years old, and but it has worked. It worked in an era when there was a concentration of load-serving obligations, when there were grandfathered agreements for many of the smaller load-serving entities, and when there were more capacity to go around, and it was cheaper. Now we've got tighter supply. We've got higher prices to go along with that. Certain of the grandfathered rights have gone away, and load-serving obligations are more dispersed. And CMUA members are telling us that they have a hard time matching up MIC allocations with commercial opportunities to purchase system RA on the ties. And while the PUC and the ISO and RA enhancements have spent a lot of time arguing about the rules on the other side of the interface, the MIC has lagged in an examination of what we need to do to change it to reflect changed conditions. So I think it bears repeating, this isn't a shortage of MIC. Only about half, maybe a little more, of the MIC actually gets utilized. This is about a commercial barrier where we have an administrative rule in the tariff and a complicated one, and load-serving entities are unable to enter into long-term transactions to secure system RA at the ties because of the MIC. Given August events that seemed pretty unsustainable in the long term, the California LSEs need the ability to compete in the regional market for available capacity. And so what we're asking is not relevant directly to the issue that's before the board today, but we've asked in the roadmap process that the CAISO prioritize a much more comprehensive examination of the MIC and making sure that this administrative tool, which is a byproduct of the embedded cost of the system that all the load-serving entities pay a proportionate share of, be examined under current market conditions and improvements be considered, and to do that as expeditiously as possible. We're not picky where it happens. Perhaps it's a new initiative. Perhaps it's folded into the RE enhancements. I could make arguments for either one, but it seems like a pretty important issue for load-serving entities in the California BAA to be able to maximize their opportunities to secure supply, and MIC, as it's currently constructed, is not facilitating that. So we urge you to consider going forward a more prioritization of this issue. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
There are comments from or questions from board or management? Neil?
Thank you, Charleston. It's Neil Miller here. I'll provide a bit of a brief response. So yes, we do agree that this is an issue that needs to be examined, and we do intend to take it on, at least initiate this effort next year. So on one hand, yes, we see the need to take that on. We do see this at times being a costing issue as opposed to access supply, because ironically the next item on the agenda today is to seek extensions to reliability must-run units for generation that is needed inside the ISO footprint, inside the state, that have not actually been procured by any load-serving entity. So we do have to balance both making the out-of-state resources accessible and commercially viable, but we also can't lose sight of the fact that we need resources inside the state as well. So thank you.
If I
other questions?
Chair Olson, might I?
Absolutely.
So the RMR resources at Neil is absolutely correct. That is an issue, and it's got to be addressed. When you're a smaller load-serving entity, it would be not a surprise to learn that the larger units in load pockets are not really interested in dealing with smaller load-serving entities that are only going to take a portion, and perhaps, and the generators, rightly so, are going to look at their whole commercial set of options, all the way from long-term contracting to shorter-term contracting, all the way to these administrative compensation contracts like CPM and RMR. So, generators, that's what they do, and that's what they should do. But I think it's reasonable to observe that a 500 megawatt unit is not, going out of the way to find a 50 megawatt LSC to contract with. So I don't view these things as mutually exclusive, especially given the tight conditions. We need to be prioritizing all the areas in which we can make sure that the CAISO gets the needed capacity it has online and committed to serve California load.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Operator, are there any people, any other commenters in the queue who would like to speak to this issue?
There are not. No hands raised.
Okay. I think we are ready for a motion. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors approves the tariff revisions necessary to implement the proposal for the maximum import capability multi-year allocation proposal as described in the memorandum dated September 23, 2020, and move that the ISO Board of Governors authorizes management to make all necessary and appropriate filings with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to implement the proposed revisions, including any filings that implement the overarching initiative policy but contain discrete revisions to incorporate Commission guidance in any initial ruling on the proposed tariff amendment. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, that was Galetova. Moving. Second?
I'll second it. Mary.
Okay. I'm going to take a vote. I'll go in order this time. Chair Olson?
Aye.
Vice Chair Galetova?
Aye.
Governor Bogwat?
Aye.
Governor Borenstein?
Aye.
And Governor Leslie?
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you. Agenda item number 10, decision on conditional approval to extend reliability must-run contract. Mr. Miller.
Thank you. And yes, the second item, as I already mentioned, the second item Jeff will be presenting here is an annual decision item. Each year we determine which existing reliability must-run agreements need to be extended for next year and seek Board of Governor approval for those extensions. These extensions of existing requirements do not preclude any other needs emerging over the rest of the year or early next year for 2021. This deals specifically with the agreements that are already in place and that we need to seek approval to extend them at this time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to walk us through the material.
Yeah, good afternoon again, Chair Olson and members of the board. I'll proceed with the presenting the decision item that Neil just referenced there. Next slide. Conditional approval to extend certain must-run contracts for 2021 is being sought today. Reliability needs in the local areas determined through the ISO studies have identified the need for the specific resources under reliability must-run contracts being required, and the resource adequacy capability from the specific resources have not been contracted by a load-serving entity as of yet. Next slide. Based on scheduled events, each September, conditional approvals are sought each year at this time, with letters for reliability must-run extensions or terminations to be sent to the resource owners by October 1st. The process takes into account the preliminary resource adequacy showings made by load-serving entities by September 15th related to the current reliability must-run resources. And with the timing of the board meeting this year, the preliminary resource showings have been reflected in the recommendation for the extension and termination of the current reliability must-run resources. Next slide. And with this, the extension of the reliability must-run designation contracts for 2021 are recommended for Oakland Units number 1 and number 3, the Greenleaf number 2 cogen facility, and the Channel Islands Power Facility. In addition to the contract extensions for the identified resources, releasing of the existing reliability must-run contracts is recommended for the Oakland number 2 unit, and this is to facilitate a new battery for the Oakland Clean Energy Initiative project. And in addition, the EF Oxnard generating facility, and this resource was confirmed to now be under a resource adequacy contract. And with that, that's what we're recommending, and the results of the reliability must-run contract extensions will be reported back to you at the November board meeting. And with that, that concludes the presentation.
Are there any questions for Mr. Billingen on this issue? Operator, are there any people wishing to comment in the queue?
Not seeing any hands raised. Again, pressing pound 2 on your telephone keypad will indicate that you'd like to leave a comment or question. Pound 2. Not seeing any.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're ready for a motion. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors authorizes management to extend reliability must-run contracts for the Dynegy Oakland LLC, Starwood Energy Group, and CSU Channel Islands Site Authority generating units listed on Attachment 1 of the memorandum dated September 23, 2020, and consistent with the criteria described therein. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And a second? Okay.
Second.
Okay, I'll take a vote. Chair Olson?
Aye.
Vice Chair Glickova?
Aye.
Governor Bagwat?
Aye.
Governor Bornstein?
Aye.
And Governor Leslie?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all. Agenda item number 11, decision on 2021 rates and fee changes. Mr. Segazio. Operator, is Mr. Segazio
Yes.
in the queue? Can you unmute him?
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Governors.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So let me just give you a quick bit of background because some of you were not here during the last cost of service study, but the ISO rate design methodology is all based on activity-based costing structure, which essentially means we track every employee's time and that they spend in probably 115 different tasks. Those tasks are then allocated to what historically was our 3 lines of business, which is market services, system operations, and congestion revenue rights services, and more recently a 4th line of business, which is RC, or reliability coordinator services. EIM is in that mix as well. They just pay a subset of 2 of those. So the tariff requires that once every 3 years we perform a cost of service study to look at live data, current data, and then update those percentage allocations in the tariff to be used for the next 3 years on how we're going to allocate the revenue requirement. So we've completed that. It's really a multi-year process, but we've completed that now this year, and April's going to walk you through that. Normally this would be a briefing. We typically would come to you and just kind of share the results of the study and indicate the new percentages that the tariff will be changing to. There's a minor element, a couple of minor elements though that do require your decision. So 98% of what you hear today from April is just a briefing, but she'll walk you through. There's a couple of application fees and some new tariff language that we need approval on. So with that, I'll turn it over to April Gordon, our Director of Financial Planning and Procurement.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, Governors. For today's presentation, I'll walk you through a brief overview on the cost of service study, and then we'll go over the areas that were impacted due to the cost of service study. So specifically, in regards to the GMC percentages, EIM percentages, the RC funding percentage, as well as some supplemental fees, and then we'll move forward to the next steps. Next slide, please. The cost of service study is a triennial cost of service study. It uses activity-based costing to really align how our folks within the organization are spending their time with the fees that we're charging for our services. The results from this study will actually be, once approved, will be released and used over the next 3 years between 2021 and 2023. As Ryan mentioned, this is a requirement as part of our tariffs and a part of our rate structure. The presentation that you have in front of you goes over also a high-level calculation of how we use our annual revenue requirement and our cost of service study percentages to determine how much of our revenue requirement should be allocated to our GMC cost categories. We take that amount, we divide it by the projected volumes for each of those cost categories to determine what our GMC rates will be. Next slide. What you have in front of you is just a waterfall effect of how we use the time card data as far as data gathering and functionalization within the organization to conduct our cost of service study. We reevaluate all the cost category allocation percentages as part of discussions with our subject matter experts within the organization. We reevaluate our supplemental fees, and the percentages and fees set forth in this study, once again, are used for the next 3 years. We use those revised percentages to, as part of our annual revenue requirement costing, to determine our market services rates, and therefore also our real-time market rate that's used as part of our EIM administrative fee. We also use it to determine what our system operations rate will be, and in turn what our real-time dispatch rate would be as part of the EIM administrative fees. We also use it to determine our CRR services rate and our reliability coordinator services rate. Next slide. Now we're going to move on to the results of the study. The 2019 cost of service study indicated a shift of really a shift away from system operations to market services, and the result really is a equal balance of our time being spent in the areas in market services and system operations. And in the case of CRR services, we determined that we're going to stay flat at 2%. And some of the drivers behind the shift really had to do with the introduction of the reliability coordinator services. A lot of the processes and tasks that we use to support that were coming from our existing system operations tasks. So with that shift to the reliability coordinator services cost category, that really reduced the system operations impact. We also had some process efficiencies, system improvements, and automation of services that really assisted with that shift. To give you a feel for how that shift impacts the rates, what you have in front of you is a comparison of our current 2020 rates to our projected 2021 rates using the revised cost of service study percentages. In the realm of market services, you're seeing a slight increase of about 5 cents. In the realm of system operations, you're seeing a decrease of about 8 cents. And then with CRRs, you're seeing a minimal change of less than a cent. Next slide. In the area of EIM percentages, just as a reminder, the EIM percentages are derived from the real-time components of the market services and system operation cost categories. What you have are the highlighted versions, or I'm sorry, the highlighted lines are the real-time components for each of those cost categories. And here you're also seeing a shift from market services down to real-time, and market services real-time market, down to real-time dispatch. A lot of that shift has to do with the same drivers as with the GMC cost categories. And it's really down to a balancing of efforts between market services and system operations, functions, and responsibilities. Next slide. To give you a feel for how these the percentage changes are going to impact the rates, what you have are the 2020 current rates compared to the projected 2021 rates. And here you're seeing a slight increase of the overall EIM administrative fee of less than a cent per megawatt hour. Next slide. In the case of RC funding percentage, the cost of service study didn't indicate a change from the original funding percentage as calculated as part of the RC rate design. We're going to keep the RC funding percentages flat at 9%. In addition to mapping the RC-related efforts, the California ISO revisited the tasks necessary to support the load-serving and generator-only entities. This effort required outreach to the various subject matter experts that support the RC services, such as from the RC operations planning and the operations compliance groups. The general feedback was that where there are a number of requirements to support generator-only facilities that are lower, it was determined that the same operations and planning tasks are required to ensure reliability throughout the interconnection footprint. With this, we concluded that there was no separation of duties between supporting a load-serving entity and a generator-only entity, and with that, we kept the RC rate design the same. Next slide, please. As we're keeping the RC funding percentage the same at 9%, the projected impacts of this are minimal for the coming year's RC services rate per megawatt hour. It'll be a decrease of less than a cent. Next slide. The study was also used to analyze the efforts that support other supplemental services that the ISO offers. The results indicated resources to process applications and statements did increase, but on the flip side, resources to support TOR efforts decreased. And given these results, we proposed changing the schedule coordinator ID fee, changing the schedule coordinator application fee, and the congestion revenue rights application fee. We're also proposing that we decrease the transmission ownership rights fee to 18 cents per megawatt hour. And just as a reminder, the schedule coordinator ID fee, the revenue that's collected as part of that, helps offset the cost recovered through the market services charge rate. In the case of transmission ownership right fees, that revenue collected helps offset the cost recovered through the system operations charge rate. And in the case of the schedule coordinator application fee and the congestion revenue rights application fee, that revenue helps to offset the overall revenue requirement, and which helps in turn to keep our rates lower. The next slide, please. Management seeks board approval to increase the scheduling coordinator application fee, the congestion revenue rights application fee, as well as seeks approval to modify the tariff language while allowing the ISO to maintain a healthcare reserve account for its self-funded program. All other percentage and fee adjustments as part of the cost of service study are requirements under the tariff and current rate structure, and therefore don't need further approval. Next slide. The next steps in the process, actually, I should go over the rest of the processes steps that we have to date. In June and July, we took the matter to the stakeholders. During that stakeholder meeting, there were no objections to the results, that being the revised percentages or the general calculations, except for the SCID fee. We did receive a request to elaborate on the drivers behind the percentage shifts, as well as for our calculation support for the SCID fee changes. And we received some suggestions to explore an alternative to our monthly SCID fee methodology, to which we provided all of the requested materials, that being the summary of the shift drivers, our calculations, and we took their suggestions under advisement. The EIM entities that attended the meeting included APS, Pacific Corp, PSE, and then SMUD. We also had PG&E in attendance. We presented this matter to the EIM governing body for a briefing, and with your approval, we will go ahead and move forward with filing the amended tariff with FERC and using the revised percentage changes and the coming year's revenue requirement, in which case the effects will become effective January 1, 2021. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, April. Does the board have any comments or questions?
Thank you so much, April. This was very useful and a comprehensive overview. I just wanted to double check that when you were having these stakeholder meetings, and especially the meetings with the California LSCs, that everybody was satisfied that this is a good proposal. What were the general comments?
They asked for some clarifying comments or some clarifications around our findings. There was no negative. There was no negative feedback from the stakeholders suggesting they didn't approve of the percentage changes or what we were proposing, except, of course, the SAID view, in which I explained we did provide our justification, and we gave them our shift drivers as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? But I would just offer that the kind of rate stability that the ISO has provided for several years now is a real tribute to fiscal discipline and continuous search for efficiencies to keep costs low. So I think the fact that the changes going forward as proposed are really minimal is a tribute to really good work by the entire team. With that, I think we're ready for a motion. Mr. Fisher?
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors approves the clarifying tariff language related to the self-insured healthcare reserve. Oh. Item 11. Sorry, just a moment. All right, let me restart. Move that the ISO Board of Governors approves the clarifying tariff language related to the self-insured healthcare reserve as outlined in the memorandum dated September 23, 2020, and move that the ISO Board of Governors authorizes management to make all necessary and appropriate filings with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to implement the proposal described in the memorandum, including any filings that implement the overarching initiative policy but contain discrete revisions to incorporate Commission guidance in any initial ruling on the proposed tariff amendment. Do we have a motion? Governor Olson gets the motion. And the next for second?
I'll second.
Okay. And so I'm going to take a vote in reverse order now. Governor Leslie?
Aye.
Governor Borenstein?
Aye.
Governor Bagwat?
Aye.
Vice Chair Litva?
Aye.
And Chair Olson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
And after the fact, explanation about this, the change to the self-insured healthcare reserve.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Governors, this is former CEO Boberick. On the self-insured, the reason why we did it this way is that we did self-assuring of ourselves a couple years ago, and we thought it prudent that we had a reserve to smooth that out in case we got big claims in one year so it didn't swing around. So we created a self-insured healthcare reserve to help with that. And we didn't have the explicit, that wasn't explicitly in the tariff. So that's why we did that. And I just want to make sure everybody had clarity around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
And with that, we will move to agenda item 12, election of Board of Governors Chair and Vice Chair. The board believes that it is prudent and healthy for the board and the organization to rotate the responsibility of chair, and as a result, we are going to elect a chair, a new chair, and vice chair today. Do I have nominations for chair?
Yes, but I would be remiss if I didn't first begin by thanking our current chair for his work over the last 2 years, Dave Olson. So I'm just going to say that first. As I nominate Angelina Galitova to our chair of the ISO Board of Governors, I have had the pleasure to work with her since the early 90s when we served together at the LA Department of Water and Power. And now as vice chair, Angelina has served on the ISO board for almost 10 years. And as Steve said today, she helped achieve so many of ISO's current successes as a state and regional leader. We know her passion, her depth of knowledge, and her commitment to ISO's mission and the critical role it has in achieving a decarbonized grid. Angelina will be the first woman chair of the ISO when elected today, a historic moment at a historic time as we strive to reach these transformational goals. Today is my honor to make the motion on behalf of all my colleagues to nominate you, Angelina, as our new board chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Welcome.
Okay, we have a combined motion to elect both chair and vice chair in one motion. Can I have a nomination for vice chair?
Yes, I would like to nominate Ash Bhagwat for vice chair. Ash has served on the board exactly as long as Angelina, I believe. And I have only known Ash for a couple of years since coming to the board, but have found him to be an extremely helpful, thoughtful, and active member of the board, and I think he will make an excellent vice chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Severin. And I think we can proceed to a vote.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Can I say a couple of words? Or shall we do it after the vote?
Yeah, after you're elected.
Okay.
You can talk all you want.
Get paying for the job.
Chair Olson, I do have actually a formal motion to read for both.
Please.
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors elects Governor Galitova to serve as chair of the ISO Board of Governors pursuant to Article 3, Section 4.3 of the ISO's bylaws, effective October 2, 2020 to December 31, 2021, or until a successor is elected, which shall be as soon as practical thereafter, and move that the ISO Board of Governors elects Governor Bhagwat to serve as vice chair of the ISO Board of Governors, whose role will include substituting for the chair when the chair is unable to fulfill his or her duties, for example, due to conflicts, absence, or unforeseen reasons, effective October 2, 2020 to December 31, 2021, or until a successor is elected, which shall be as soon as practical thereafter. And so I need a motion.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All right, I'm going to take the votes then. Current Chair Olson.
Aye.
Current Vice Chair, incoming Chair Galitova.
Aye.
New Vice Chair Bhagwat.
Aye.
Governor Borenstein.
Aye.
And Governor Leslie.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Angelina. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone. And thank you, Mary, for the nomination. Indeed, this is a historic moment and one that I've been very excited, honored, and grateful to have. And I'll have to point out that together with Ash, we're the first woman and first person of color to be joining the board as chair and vice chair. So we are a representative of the time as well. And I look forward to working with all of you as we transition to a more decarbonized economy and we keep California as the 5th largest economy in the world, while we have a carbon-free electricity sector that is the foundation for the transportation sector, the building sectors, the fuel sectors, and we incorporate more distributed generation behind the grid, behind the meter to be able to support the grid. I also look forward to working with the CAISO team and the managers, and of course with the new incoming CEO, Elliot Meinzer. the EIM governing body as we continue to successfully engage the Greater West and improve market operations. And I also look forward to improving the overall effectiveness of the board as we work through these challenging times in operating under COVID conditions, while we also need to strengthen our relationships with sister organizations and partner organizations, as well as sister agencies such as the CEC, PUC, the Air Resources Board, and of course the California Legislature and the Governor's Office. So I look forward to working with all of you to achieve our ambitious goals and indeed exceed the decarbonization objectives of the state, because the world and the climate need us. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one final matter of organizational structure here to decide. The board also believes it is healthy and prudent to rotate committee membership and committee responsibilities. Do I have a nomination for audit committee member?
So, yes, thank you very much, David. I was remiss in saying that you've done a terrific job as chair, and we've been very fortunate to be able to work under your leadership, and I look forward to continuing to carry the mantle into the future. And I believe that the rotation is good, and it's healthy for all of us to have a more involved and meaningful role and spanning expertise and experience as well. And since Ash and I were the founders of the DMM committee, which was required by FERC, and we built it together, we think it's in good enough shape to where one of us at least can let it go for now and transition Ash to the audit committee to ensure that there is greater continuity and greater diversity on the committee. So, Ash, I'd like to nominate you for the audit committee.
Thank you.
And we also would like to elect, or we'd like to appoint a new chair of the audit committee. Do I have a nomination for that?
Yeah, I will nominate Mary Leslie.
Thank you. And I think we can proceed to the motion. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. Move that the ISO Board of Governors elects Governor Bhagwat to serve as a member of the Audit Committee effective October 2, 2020, which will now consist of Mary Leslie and Ash Bhagwat, and move that the ISO Board of Governors appoints Mary Leslie to serve as chair of the Audit Committee effective October 2, 2020. Do we have a motion?
Also moved.
All right.
Second.
All right. And then a vote. Start with Chair Olson.
Aye.
Governor Galetova.
Aye.
Governor Bhagwat.
Aye.
Governor Borenstein.
Aye.
And Governor Leslie.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any requests from the board for to hear any of the informational reports that are listed on the agenda and in our board books? Hearing none, thank you all very much for participating today, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And that concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services, and you may now disconnect.